Well, Durut Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to tonight's edition of The Goldie Show. And of course, you've all already heard the news, the very sad and devastating news. Senator Lindsey Graham has passed away. This is really difficult. I mean, of course, obviously for Americans, but a lot of Iranians are also mourning. Um, we called Senator Lindsey Graham Amu Lindsey. Amu means uncle. So we called Senator Lindsey Graham Amu Lindsey, and that's a term of endearment, right? Like when you call someone an Amu, yeah, this wait, let me just block that person there. Like, all right, you don't need to unsubscribe. I'm just going to block you. Guys, so, anyone who's going to come here and insult Senator Lindsey Graham in any way, shape, or form, immediate block. Like, I'm no tolerance for that sort of nonsense. But we Iranians, we called him Amu Lindsey. And, when you call someone like an uncle or an aunt, it's a term of endearment. That basically means that you've accepted that person as one of your own, as part of the family, right? So this is devastating. This is devastating for a lot of people. He was such an amazing person. And, we're going to get into his life and his legacy. And of course, we're going to get into sort of the last 6 months of Senator Lindsey Graham and, his involvement in the fight, not only to free occupied Iran, but of course his fight to protect American interests and American national security, right? And so, in honor of Amu Lindsey, Uncle Lindsey. So Amu is the word for uncle in Persian. So in honor of Amu Lindsey, I have, my American flag here. And guys, I'm going to be here probably all evening. So I know that normally usually on Sunday evenings, I'll go to my sister's channel and we'll do like a live stream that's apolitical and it's not about politics. It's like a fun science sort of thing. But I'm not going to be doing that tonight. So I'm not sure what Rose is planning on doing. Okay, all right. So I just got confirmation from Rose. So her live stream that was supposed to happen tonight. Let me just pull it up for you guys, okay? So this is my sister's channel, and usually on Sunday evenings we'll take a class field trip, and we'll go to Rose's channel, and we'll talk about a science topic or whatever. But Rose, of course, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham and his memory, she has rescheduled her live stream for tomorrow evening. So, guys, make sure you go give Rose a follow and show her some love. And because she didn't have to do that, she didn't have to reschedule her live stream, but she did. Here, I'll post the link to her YouTube channel in the chat below. So, out of respect for Senator Lindsey Graham, Rose has rescheduled her live stream to tomorrow night. So, we'll be doing that tomorrow night. So I just wanted to just make a quick sort of housekeeping rule there, because I know usually Sunday evenings we're there. But let's go here. Let's start with President Trump's statement. So President Trump posted, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known, is dead. He was always working and was a true American patriot. Lindsey will be greatly missed. Details and arrangements to follow. So sad. President Donald J. Trump. And then he continues with another post. But before I continue, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, I'd like to actually let me share this post first, and then I'll continue. Sorry, guys, if I'm a little scattered or whatever. It's just this is really devastating, right? So President Trump posted that, and then he followed up with, in honor of the remarkable life and achievements of Senator Lindsey Graham, a dear friend of mine and a truly great man who achieved so much for our country and his beloved home state of South Carolina, I'm ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Saturday evening at 6 p.m. God bless you, Lindsey. President Donald J. Trump. Has His Majesty, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, he posted right away. He posted immediately, and I will get into the message from His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, absolutely. But before we continue, I think what I would like to do is, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham and all of our American viewers, I'd like to play the American national anthem before we continue, as a way to pay our respects to Senator Lindsey Graham, and then I'll continue with the show after. Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed
gallantly stream, and the road is red where the bombs bursting in air keep through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? The land of the free and the home of the brave.
I don't know why there was a question mark at the end of that, but yeah, God bless America, and rest in peace, Senator Lindsey Graham. This is a sad day for all of us. This is really a sad day for all of us. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't usually get emotional, but um, yeah, he was okay. Let's get to some of the news and updates. So tonight's evening live stream is going to be focusing on, of course, Senator Lindsey Graham. And you know what? Let's just get right into it. So now there has been, and I wanted to. Okay, you know what? Let me start with let me start from the beginning. Okay. So 14 hours ago, there was a statement from Senator. Did I ever meet him? No, I never had the honor of meeting Senator Lindsey Graham. That was actually on my bucket list. I always wanted to meet him, and I always thought, well, because he's in the United States, I was like, well, whenever the next time I go to the United States, maybe I'll have an opportunity to meet him. But of course, that's not going to happen now. Many of us will never have the opportunity to meet him. And like I said, for for all the Americans who are tuning in, us Iranians, we are mourning just as much as you, because for us, it's like the loss of a family member. Senator Lindsey Graham, we called him Amu Lindsey, Uncle Lindsey. Amu means uncle. So Amu Lindsey, he was very, very well loved by the Iranian people, because he was speaking up and speaking out for our movement to free ourselves. Look at this. Look at all these amazing tributes coming in. So Land Shark is saying, he helped my family personally. He cared for veterans. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, let me go to, I see a whole number of super chats coming in. So, okay, let me go to some of your super chats, and then I'll continue with some of the news, because I want to share with you, of course, the breaking news. And, we're going to be here. I'm going to be here all night, so that, we can all sort of mourn together, because, one of the things that I know about these sorts of situations is that in times of grief, when people show up and they're together, we're all better able to process that. And so I know many of you who have been part of the Iran Revolution Live community, and of course the Goldie show, and of course many of you are Americans, and you've been so supportive of us Iranians and our fight to overthrow the Islamic regime. So I know this is very difficult for you. It's just as difficult for us. And I just want you guys to know, I'm going to be here all night, and all of us are mourning. And I'm going to share a lot of messages from um, freedom fighting Iranians, their reactions and their response. I'm also going to share footage from the Islamic regime, this, demon, evil death cult, right? They're scum, and they're a cancer. They're scum, and they belong in hell. I'm also going to share some videos and footage from them um, later on. And again, like I said in the chat, for mods, anyone who is yeah, not everyone is in mourning, so that's just a ban right there, right? Literally anyone who says anything negative about Senator Lindsey Graham tonight, I'm just banning. I don't care. So I've already banned like 5 people, even before the mods have gone to them. So if you don't, let me put it this way, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say nothing at all, okay? Because this is not the time or place to be disrespectful. So I'm just putting it out there. Anyone, and I don't care if you're a member, I don't care if you're, I don't know, I know none of our mods think that way, but yeah, anyone who disrespects Senator Lindsey Graham, immediate ban or block. So yeah, he was we're all mourning together. So, but yeah, the Islamic regime, they've said a lot of really disgusting things about him as well. So okay, let me go to a few of your super chats, and then I'll continue, and I'll try to do the super chats like every hour. So right now it's 4:30 p.m. Eastern, so I'm gonna share what I have so far, and then an hour later I'll share whatever has come. We'll kind of do like an hourly thing. So Mir Schreiber says, in honorable memory of our dear Amu Lindsey. Absolutely. Noli Bug says, love you forever, Amu Lindsey. Ashley sent a super sticker. Thank you. Sadato Hosoda. Oh, so Sadato, if you guys remember, Sadato is our resident Japanese viewer, community member. And I believe his wife is Iranian, if I'm not mistaken, which is why Sadato is here and watching and so involved. And Sadato has actually helped translate a lot of the rallies that the Iranian freedom fighters have organized in Tokyo when they're speaking in Japanese. So, we have love from the Japanese people to Americans and Iranians. And Sadato says, we will never forget how he was a voice for the voiceless in Iran. Yes, absolutely. Red Dragon videos, send a super sticker. Thank you. Oh, Sadato, you sent that one again. We will never forget. Thank you so much, Sadato. Mir Schreiber says Bapish. Yes, absolutely. Bapish. And now, if anything, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, like, we're even more motivated to get rid of the Islamic regime. Ashley says, red, white, and blue looks great on you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? The American flag is a beautiful, beautiful flag. It's I don't want to be biased. It's almost as beautiful as our Iran lion and sun flag. Maybe just like 0.0001% less. Of course, I have to be biased, right? So I'm Iranian. So, but I do have to say, after the Iranian flag, the American flag is definitely one of my favorite flags, and it is a very beautiful flag. And yeah, thank you. Stephen Riley says, Goldie is not out of focus. It's my eyes watering up. Yeah, honestly, like someone is cutting onions in the room, right? Like someone's cutting onions right now. That's why it's not me crying. It's just someone's cutting onions. Lord Bogart says, I met him in 2016 when he ran for president in New Hampshire. Good man who cared about helping people seeking freedom. His campaign had very smart people. Yes, yes, it did, absolutely. Okay, so those are the super chats and questions and comments that we have for now. I will revisit in an hour at 5:30. Okay, so we have one more, and then we'll go. So Jason Avitable, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Goldie, thank you so much for honoring a great American patriot. All of us American patriots love you now. Oh my gosh, you know what? You don't have to thank me for that. It's the human thing to do. And Senator Lindsey Graham, he was he was so smart. He was so smart, and he was so clear-headed. Like when it came to American policy and American interests, like you like Senator Lindsey Graham was America first. And one of the reasons, and I'm going to get into this in a little bit when I talk about his involvement with Iran. Um, but one of the reasons that Senator Lindsey Graham was so focused on fighting the Islamic regime and freeing the Iranian people, it's not because, Senator Lindsey Graham was, Iran first. Absolutely not. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that anyone who is America first must prioritize overthrowing the Islamic regime. Because remember, Senator Lindsey Graham is 71. So wait, that means let me just pull up. Sorry, my brain isn't working right now. Okay, so Senator Lindsey Graham was 71. During the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, Senator Lindsey Graham was about, 23 or 24 years old in 1979. So Senator Lindsey Graham is one of the few American patriots who, and American politicians who knew exactly the kind of relationship that Iran and the United States had before Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, brought in the Ayatollahs. Because remember, prior to 1979, Iran and the United States were allies. And Senator Lindsey Graham remembered that. He understood that. He knew that. And all of this terrorism that you're seeing today, all of the Americans who have been murdered by the Islamic regime in the last 47 years, right? That's because of the Islamic regime. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that the very existence of the Islamic regime itself posed a threat to American safety and American national interests. So, this is what I mean. Like in geopolitics, oftentimes, not always, but sometimes, the interests of various nations align. And the fight to overthrow the Islamic regime is one of those scenarios where American interests and Iranian interests aligned. Senator Lindsey Graham wasn't yes, he supported the Iranian people overthrowing the Islamic regime, but that's because Senator Lindsey Graham understood that overthrowing the Islamic regime is in the best interests of the United States. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that if you want to end the jihad into the United States, if you want to end the terrorism, if you want to end all of that, the best way is to get rid of the Islamic regime. And so his interests aligned with the Iranian people's interests. And so anyone who claims that Senator Lindsey Graham wasn't America first, they don't understand. They don't know, they don't know anything about geopolitics or the history of Iran and the United States, right? But Senator Lindsey Graham, he understood that. He knew that because he lived through it. He lived through the American hostage crisis and all of that stuff, right? He lived through things that, like JD Vance wasn't even born at that time. JD Vance is the same age as me, right? JD Vance probably doesn't even know that much about Iran's history. But Senator Lindsey Graham knew. He knew. And that's why he was so outspoken, because he knew what Iran was like before the Islamic takeover. And he knew and he understood that a free Iran is not only beneficial to the Iranian people. He understood that a free Iran is beneficial to the American people. And I'll get into a little bit of the history of that. And, guys, as a former politician, I have a lot of criticisms when it comes to politicians, right? Most of them are just like in it for the status or the money or whatever. But Senator Lindsey Graham, and I'm saying this as a former politician, he was one of the real ones. He was one of the good ones. He was there because he loved his country. He loved America. He was America first. My condolences to you all. My deepest condolences to you all. Okay, I'll get to a few more, just a couple more super chats because they're in, and then I'm going to get to some more of the footage and news. And we're going to be honoring Senator Lindsey Graham. We're going to be speaking about his legacy. We'll be speaking about what he did, and of course how it relates to Iran. And I'm also going to be sharing videos and messages and footage from Iranians who are mourning his loss. Not just Iranians outside of occupied Iran, but I'm going to share with you reactions from Iranian freedom fighters inside of occupied Iran as well. Atki says he could have made himself rich in the Senate, but he didn't. His net worth was only 1.5 million after serving 23 years. An honorable man he was. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely he was. Stephen Riley. I will never forget how he waved the Iranian flag at the rally in Germany before his speech. Yes. And I have that speech and that rally lined up. I have a whole bunch of links and videos lined up, and we're gonna go through all of them tonight. So yeah, tonight's gonna be it's not gonna be like a shorter 1 or 2 hours. It's probably gonna go on for quite a while, so that we can all have a place to speak about him and honor his memory and mourn together. So yes, and I will be sharing. Guys, I have so many links to share it with you. So yes, all right. So I'm gonna go to the rest of. I think that's it for super chats right now. But feel free to keep them coming, and I'll get to your new super chats in about an hour or so. And yes, I'm also going to talk about Israel's reaction to the loss of Senator Lindsey Graham as well. A great man, a true American patriot. And that's why, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham and all of our American viewers, I have my beautiful American flag draped over my shoulders tonight. Okay, so this was the original statement from Senator Lindsey Graham's office. The office of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham released the following statement. On the evening of Saturday, July 11, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Now, guys, I know that there's a lot of, rumors and talks about this. I will get into this, okay? I will talk about this. And I know Laura Loomer has spoken about this and how this should be investigated. I will get into that. I will get into that. Let me just read the message and I'll comment briefly. On the evening of Saturday, July 11, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. So, for all of our American viewers, is there like I don't want to be like I don't want to be like what's the word I'm looking for? Insensitive or something, but is there like a prayer or something that I can share so that we can take a moment to pray? I don't know what religion Senator Lindsey Graham was. I'm assuming he was he was Christian. I just don't know which, like, was he Catholic or Protestant or Presbyterian or something? Like, what would be the most appropriate thing to pray here? Sorry, to share so that we can take a moment to pray. I know he was Christian. I just don't know which denomination. The Lord's Prayer, is that the one? Like, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. That one? The Lord's Prayer. Okay. Yeah. I know that one. I know that one. Yep. Okay. So why don't I okay. So in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham and his family, appreciating prayers. So yeah, thank you for letting me know he was Baptist, Southern Baptist. Okay, thank you. Sorry guys, I don't really focus on people's religions too much, but I think in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, he was a Southern Baptist. Okay, so let me pull up the Lord's Prayer, and we can take a moment to pray for Senator Lindsey Graham per the request of his family. Okay. Let me see if this is the right one. I just want to make sure I have like a right. Okay. Wait, sorry guys. Give me one moment. I just want to find like a video that's not like okay, let's just go with this one. Okay. So everyone just please take a moment to pray for Senator Lindsey Graham per the request of his family.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Amen. So I know the Lord's Prayer pretty much by heart. And that's because when I was an elected official, every day, in the Ontario House of Commons. Oh, wait, Hudat. Okay, Hudat says, I have a prayer for the dead. Hudat, please share that. share that, and I'm more than happy to have that as well, and we can pray as well. Let me just sorry, I'm so scatterbrained right now that I don't even have like my Rumble account up. So yes, okay, who dat, please send me the link to the prayer in the Rumble chat, and I'll share that as well. But yeah, so the reason that I know the Lord's Prayer is because every morning the Ontario legislature, we start off with the Lord's Prayer. So for 7 years, every day when I was in the legislature, we started with the Lord's Prayer. I know Amazing Grace is played, but Amazing Grace is, like, I'll probably get a copyright strike. Like, I'm pretty sure the fact that I played the Star Spangled Banner, I might get a copyright strike there as well. So I'm not gonna play. Sorry, what's TAPS? TAPS for fallen service members, guys. Amu Lindsay was a retired colonel. Like, these songs are okay. I mean, I can. Oh, okay. I mean, I'll try, but I might get a copyright strike. So I have to be very careful with. Let's see. Okay. You know what? This is an excellent suggestion. And how about I hold off on this one? I'll hold off on TAPS, and I will save it for about an hour or so from now. So how about this? Like, about maybe every hour or so, I will play one or two songs or videos in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. I just don't want to risk that right now. But okay, so who dat? Okay, who dat National Gal sent a video that's a prayer. It's a prayer, so it's called Prayer for the Faithful Departed. So it's about 2 minutes long. Okay, so KP, see, this is what I thought. No on TAPS, it's reserved for his burial. Exactly. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So yeah, okay, so no on TAPS. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that, for letting me know. But okay, so who dat? National Gal, she sent a video, which is the prayer for the faithful departed. So once again, before we continue our live stream, in honor of this one, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham's request from his family. His family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. So, per their request, we'll play this prayer as well, and then we'll continue with the rest of the show.
Dies irae, dies illa, solvet saeclum in favilla.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. My Jesus, by the sorrows thou didst suffer in thine agony in the garden, in thy scourging and crowning with thorns, in the way to Calvary, in thy crucifixion and death, have mercy on the souls in purgatory, and especially on those that are most forsaken. Do thou deliver them from the dire torments they endure. Call them and admit them to thy most sweet embrace in paradise. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Amen.
Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Recordare Jesu pie, quod
Thank you. Thank you, Hudat National Gal, for sending that beautiful prayer. Okay. All right. Guys, I just want to say, whatever religion you are, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not Christian, right? Oh, wait, someone is saying that Senator Tulsi is saying Senator Graham's favorite hymn was "It Is Well with My Soul." Okay, so I'm gonna star that, and we'll look that up for maybe in about a little bit from now. But what I want to say is that regardless of whatever religion you are and whatever faith you practice, it doesn't stop you from praying, right? I mean, I'm not Christian, although I do think that Christianity is an absolutely beautiful, beautiful religion. And he sang it on an album. Wow. Okay, I'll have to look that up, Tulsi. Thank you. I'm not Christian, but Christianity is a beautiful, beautiful religion, and I do identify with a lot of the values of Christianity. And remember, guys, don't forget the three wise men who visited Jesus Christ when he was born. They were Persian Zoroastrian priests, the Magi, right? So we actually, like Zoroastrian priests are called, like back in the days, they were called the Magi. So the ancient Persians predicted the birth of Jesus Christ. And the three wise men who visited Jesus Christ in Bethlehem, they were Iranian, they were Persian Zoroastrians. So, all that to say that regardless of what religion you are, pray in your own faith, pray however you can. And, there is a reason that Christianity is the fastest growing religion in occupied Iran. Zoroastrianism is the second fastest growing religion, but Christianity is the fastest growing religion. So I just wanted to point that out. So I just think that Christianity is a beautiful religion, and however you're praying, we can all pray in our own ways, per the request of Senator Lindsey Graham's family. Okay, so I want to go to next the message from oh, guys, so Key was like, so you believe in Jesus and have Jesus in your heart, you are a Christian. I will listen, I don't take issue with that whatsoever. I'm an honorary American. I'm proud to be an honorary Christian. I mean, I have my own faith, but my faith is not counterintuitive to Christianity. My faith is, works really well with Christianity. So, if I'm an honorary Christian, I love that. That makes me happy. I mean, I celebrate Christmas anyway, so I love Christmas and I celebrate Christmas. So yeah, again, the three wise men who visited Jesus Christ to honor him when he was born, they were Zoroastrianism. And in fact, the ancient Iranians who were Zoroastrians and the Christians, we have a well-connected history, right? So the Bible speaks a lot about the Persians, which they refer to as like Elam or whatever, but yeah, like the same way that Iranians and Jews have a shared history, Iranians and Christians also have a shared history. I haven't spoken about that as much, but we do have a shared history, and Christianity and Zoroastrianism kind of work really well together as well, right? So I just wanted to point that out. Okay, but I wanted to go to, where is it? I want to start off with the message from His Royal Highness. So we shared President Trump's message and his office. Okay. So His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. Now, Reza Pahlavi, he's the Shah of Iran. He's the leader of the Iranian National Lion and Sun Revolution. Okay, someone's asking, do I believe in Jesus? I don't know what you mean by do I believe in Jesus? I mean, do I believe that, Jesus was, like the a prophet of God, and according to Christians, he was the Son of God. I mean, do I believe that Jesus existed? Yes. Do I believe that the three wise men who visited Jesus Christ when he was born to honor him, do I believe that happened? Yes, absolutely. I do believe that Jesus existed. I do believe that he was a real person, and I do believe that he was persecuted and he died for I guess our sins or whatever. But I'm not a Christian. But do I believe in what Christianity says? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So, but I'm yeah, like they uh you know Christianity says that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and I don't have an issue with that. I respect that, right? If that's what it is, then I respect that, and I agree with that. I don't have any issues with that, right? Like you know like when I talk about the when I talk about like the dead Arab warlords, right? Like the false prophets, right? Like, do I think Muhammad was like a prophet of God? Absolutely not. Muhammad is like from the devil, right? Like Muhammad is the devil. Um, so I have an issue with like the dead Arab warlords and that. But I respect Jesus. I believe that the stories about him are true. I don't know what to say. But guys, don't don't ask me to convert, because I have my own faith and my own spirituality, but I absolutely respect Christianity. And I like I said, the three wise men who visited Jesus Christ when he was born, they were Iranian Zoroastrians, right? So there you go. Okay, now let's go to the message from His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. And remember, they were very close friends, and I have some videos as well that I want to share. I'm deeply saddened by the sudden passing. Oh wait, actually, you know what, guys? My apologies. Let me just check one thing really quickly here, because I just want to make sure that I don't miss it. Okay. Okay, so this message from His Royal Highness. I'm deeply saddened by the sudden passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, a steadfast friend of the Iranian people and a proud defender of freedom. At moments when moral clarity was required, Senator Graham stood on the right side. When friends were seldom found, he stood alongside the people of Iran in their struggle against tyranny. He used his voice to ensure that the voices of those fighting for justice were heard in the halls of power. His support for Iran's Lion and Sun revolution earned him the title Uncle Lindsey among Iranians. He will be remembered with profound gratitude and deep respect. We extend our deepest condolences to Senator Graham's family, loved ones, colleagues, and the people of South Carolina and the United States. May he rest in peace and may others carry on the fight for freedom. Now, I want you guys to remember this post because in a little bit, I'm going to share some absolutely disgusting footage from the Islamic regime and how those Muslim Nazi terrorists are reacting to the news of the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. And as you can expect, it's utter garbage. They're acting like garbage, and sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on the news because I want to make sure that I don't, if Fox News has any sort of breaking news, I don't want to miss it there. So I just want to make sure that I'm, that it's there. And let me just move my microphone a little bit so I can see that better. Okay. In case Fox News goes to Lindsey Graham, we do want to watch that. But yeah, so guys, this is really important, okay? Look, this is the response from regular, normal Iranians, okay? We're mourning, we're sending our condolences, and we're honoring Senator Lindsey Graham's memory and legacy. In a little bit, I'm going to show you the Muslim Durkha jihadi garbage people. And of course, you're going to see how they are responding and how they are reacting. And it is truly, truly despicable. It really is. It really is. You know what? Let's just go to it. Let's just go to it. So this is what Senator Lindsey Graham understood about Iran versus the Islamic regime, because this message from His Royal Highness, the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, this is the Iran that existed before 1979, and this is the Iran that will exist after the Islamic regime is overthrown. Okay, so right now, Iran is being occupied by Muslim Nazi terrorist cancerous scum. Okay, so how are the Muslim Nazis reacting to the news of Senator Lindsey Graham passing away? Oh my gosh. So here is a, Dementor. So this is one of the state broadcasters of the Islamic regime, and it's absolutely disgusting. You can just read along the captions, but this is why I've been saying that the Islamic regime is a cancer and they're scum and they're literally garbage, right? Look at what this Dementor, this trash bag is saying.
عرض کنم به درک واصل شدن لیندسی گراهام.
خیلی اصلا at least can you at least pronounce his name properly? خاک تو سرت با این لهجه نحست.
گراهام. سناتور جنگ طلب و ضد ایرانی آمریکا رو به ملت بزرگ ایران شاد باش عرض میکنم. با ادامه برنامه‌ها از شبکه خبر همراه باشید.
توف تو روحت کس آشغال. So not only are they literally announcing on state media that Senator Lindsey Graham went to hell, right? That's what they're saying. Which, by the way, we all know he went to heaven. It was Khomeini that went to hell, right? But this is the gaslighting part of it, right? So part of the gaslighting is that they call him a warmongering anti-Iranian American senator. Well, here's the thing. There is literally nothing Iranian about this trash bag, right? Like, this is not Iranian. This is Muslim. This is Arab, okay? I'm Iranian. The flag above me, that's the Iranian flag. So the Islamic regime is literally calling him anti-Iranian, even though Senator Lindsey Graham was one of the biggest supporters of Iran and the Iranian people. Senator Lindsey Graham literally went to Munich. Okay, and I have the full video, but I want to show you the photo first. Senator Lindsey Graham went to Munich at an, Free Iran rally, and he was waving the lion and sun flag. Okay, you see that? Senator Lindsey Graham waving the lion and sun flag. Senator Lindsey Graham was not anti-Iranian. Senator Lindsey Graham was anti-Islamic regime. That's the difference, okay? And you can even see in the crowd, there are many people waving the flag of Israel and the United States. By the way, the crowd here at Munich was way bigger than the crowds at Khomeini Khabar Magish's funeral, right? So this is Senator Lindsey Graham. But I want to share this with you because this is, it's really important to understand how the Islamic regime will gaslight people, right? So whenever they are, attacking the Iranian people, they'll always talk about like, oh, Islam and, Muhammad and Ali and Hussein and, whatever, right? Jihad and all that like Durka garbage stuff. But then whenever they want to like try and drum up national support, they'll say, oh, he was anti-Iranian. No, he was pro-Iranian. He was anti-Islamic scum like you, which, by the way, we also are, right? I mean, guys, just look at the difference. Look at the difference between that Durka trash bag, who's literally an occupier, and me, okay? I'm Iranian. She is an Arab Muslim invader. She's a Tazi, right? We call them Tazis. Tazis are the foreign Arab occupiers and invaders, right? But having said that, let me go to, okay, I'll go to this other post by the Islamic regime because they're just, they're having a field day with this. And I really do hope that President Trump sees this. And I really do hope that, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, that the Islamic regime is exterminated. So look at this Durka. So this Durka, right? Again, they're all calling it's guys. It's almost as if like they got the same talking points from the Islamic regime. Because remember, let me just pull up the Boom Boom Bingo sheet for you guys, okay? Let me pull up the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. So this is the Boom Boom Durka Jihadi Bingo sheet, where we're keeping track of who has been exterminated and who hasn't, right? So do you see here? IRIB state media. So the Islamic regime, remember, Iran is occupied by a totalitarian, authoritarian dictatorship that just happens to, be like an Islamic dictatorship, right? They follow Sharia law. So there is no free press. There is no freedom of media, okay? Everything everything there is basically controlled by the Islamic regime. And if at some point something is being shared or broadcast that goes against the interests of whoever's in charge, they will cut it off. Remember, last week I shared a video with you of how Goldie, this one here, like, because remember, there's game of Durka, right? So not only are they fighting against the rest of the world, not only are they fighting against Iranians, they're literally fighting against themselves, right? Because that's what these people do, right? It's all about war and death and whatever for them. So game of Durka. So remember last week, like this one, Ghalibov, he was like speaking at some point about like the negotiations, and some people didn't like it, so they cut off his interview like halfway. Okay, so I just want to point that out. So these people, they'll literally, like, they control everything. So it's pretty obvious that like these people have given sort of like the speaking points for Islamic regime, like Durka News Network. And remember, guys, these people, they are, the IRIB is on the boom boom bingo sheet. So all these people that you see, right, like this garbage bag, this Dementor here, she is fair game because she is the spokesperson. She is the propaganda mouthpiece of the Islamic regime. And so is this one. And look, his message is essentially the same, right? They're like, he says, Lindsey Graham, the anti-Iranian senator, has gone to hell. This is how the Islamic regime is announcing the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. And they're like cheering, right? They're cheering. Remember, this whole thing about like anti-Iranian, Senator Lindsey Graham was pro-Iranian. He was anti-Islamic regime, right? This is Senator Lindsey Graham, literally one of the most probably the most pro-Iranian American politician ever, okay? Because he understood that the best interests of America must include a free Iran, right? Because when Iran is free, that's when the terrorist threat will end against Americans. So a free Iran is in the best interests of the United States. So, and he's literally waving the lion and sun flag, right? So literally the most pro-Iranian, and yet the Islamic regime, they're saying anti-Iranian, right? Because that's how they gaslight. But of course, the Iranian people, they know the truth, and they're not going to, do that. This is basically for their own followers. Remember, these people aren't even Iranian. They're Tazis. They're invaders. Okay, so let's look at how this one is gloating, right?
بینندگان همیشه همراه شبکه خبر، سلام، وقتتون بخیر. لینستی گراهام، سناتور
خاک تو سرت با اون لهجه نسه. Like, why do these people have garbage accents? Like, can you not at least get an educated? But you know what? This is why they have garbage accents, because these people are literally uneducated. They're uneducated and they can't even speak English. So their English is absolute garbage.
بینندگان همیشه همراه شبکه خبر، سلام، وقتتون بخیر. لینستی گراهام، سناتور ضد
Also, do you notice he said salam and not durud? Salam is Arabic. Salam is Arabic. Durud is Persian. So, yeah, he said salam because he's not Iranian. He said salam because he's a Tazi. He's a foreign Arab Muslim invader. And they say salam. Durud is how you say hello in Persian. So, yeah, there you go.
بینندگان همیشه همراه شبکه خبر، سلام، وقتتون بخیر. لینستی گراهام، سناتور ضد ایرانی به درک واصل شد. سناتور گراهام یکی از سرسخت‌ترین چهره‌های ضد ایرانی در کنگره آمریکا بود و بارها از حملات ترامپ علیه ایران حمایت کرده بود. دفتر لینستی گراهام در توصیف علت مرگ این سناتور آمریکایی از عبارت بیماری ناگهانی استفاده کرد. تحریک به حمله به ایران، خوشحالی از کشتار مردم ایران و
You see how they're gaslighting? Because Senator Lindsey Graham, oh yeah, no, I agree, Roy. It's absolutely crazy that they say he's gone to hell. welcome to the Islamic regime. Welcome to 7th century inbred like Muslim Arabs, right? Like these people, I can't even call them people. Like this scum needs to be exterminated. They're cancer. They're cancer, right? Like they're garbage. There is literally not a single good thing about the Islamic regime, right? Not only are they lying about everything, but look at this. Like he says rejoicing at the killing of Iranian people, right? So they're basically trying to spin the news. Meanwhile, we Iranians know that he never rejoiced at the killing of Iranian people. He rejoiced and celebrated the extermination of Islamic regime Muslim Nazis, just like us. This is why we Iranians love him, because he was celebrating. He was celebrating the extermination of all these Muslim jihadi Nazis, these foreign invaders and occupiers. Like we were celebrating this too, and we are still celebrating. So keep in mind, like you're getting like, like full on like gaslighting, right? This is the gaslighting from the Islamic regime. Now, obviously, all of you know the context because you've been watching my channel for the last like 6-7 months. Some of you since October, so almost a year. But I've explained all of this, but now you're getting like a firsthand insight into how the Islamic regime gaslights. But what I can tell you is that this is not fooling the Iranian people, right? Again, the Iranian people called him Amu Lindsey. So the only reason that the Islamic regime propaganda networks, the Durka News Network, is putting out this message, it's essentially just to like, it's to put salt on the wounds of the Iranian people, right? So this is basically, a very petty way for them to like, make Iranian people feel even more sad. But I just want to share this message from one of our Iranian viewers really quickly, and then we'll continue. So one of our Iranian viewers says, یک خیابان در تهران شاهنشاهی به نام جاویدنام لینزی گرام به ثبت میرسانیم. Oh my gosh, you know what? I was actually wondering whether or not I should say Javidnam, but you already said that. So guys, let me translate this for you. So one of our Iranian viewers is saying, in a free Iran with, in a free imperial Iran, so basically when His Royal Highness, returns to Iran and frees Iran, we will name a road after Javidnam Lindsey Graham. We will honor a road after Javidnam Lindsey Graham. And of course, for those who don't know, Javidnam means eternal name. And we call all of our, heroes who have lost their lives in the fight to free Iran, we call them Javidnams. And so, yes, now Senator Lindsey Graham, Amu Lindsey, he has become one of our Javidnams as well. And yes, absolutely, we will. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of the government, but I mean, I have a feeling that in a free Iran, that will be maybe one of the things to look at, if not more. I personally, I'm speaking as a private citizen. I personally would love to see something like that. Maybe a statue or a road or highway or something. Absolutely, like something big. We need something big for Amu Grant. Another message from one of our Iranian viewers. So guys, because one of the things is I promised you during this live, I will give you the reactions from Iranians and our Iranian viewers, especially those who are inside of occupied Iran. So this Iranian writes, یک ایران عاشق عمو لندی بودن، یک ایران عزادار. So basically, this Iranian person is writing, like all of Iran loved Amu Lindsey. Okay, so Amu Lindsey means Uncle Lindsey. So all of Iran loved Uncle Lindsey. All of Iran is in mourning. And then they have the crying face there. So, yeah, you guys expect to see like a lot of squiggly lines. And then, of course, there's Gandalf. I can speak on behalf of enough people to make it happen. It happens. Yeah. Yeah. Wardrick. So Wardrick is another one of our Iranian viewers. We lost a member of the family. Yes, we did. So guys, I will keep an eye on the squiggly lines, the Persian writing. If I catch any sort of Persian writing from our Iranian viewers, I'll try to share as much of it as I can so that you guys can also, yes, of course, Newton with your squiggly dots. I know. Okay, so this is let's continue, but let's continue with the reaction from the evil and cursed Islamic regime, right? So this is like the propaganda. Guys, remember, even though the Islamic regime killed over 54,000 people in 2 days alone, including numerous children, they're gaslighting, and they're now putting their own crimes on Senator Lindsey Graham, right? It's absolutely disgusting. But you know what? The only reason I'm sharing this is because, it's to expose who these people are. Like, they literally don't even have a shred of human decency in them, right? Because the human thing to do, guys. So I'm seeing some posts about strikes in Iran against the IRGC. I'll get to that momentarily. Right now, I just want to spend a little bit of time honoring Senator Lindsey Graham, because the boom booms will be there. The boom booms will be there. And, whoever's being sent to hell will be sent to hell, and we'll get to that. But right now, oh my gosh, let's go to this for a little bit.
Running for president, or even when he was feuding with President Trump and then became a strong ally of President Trump, his belief that we needed to take the fight to the enemy and spend the money overseas instead of here was at least an opinion that resonated, or at least held a place in the discussion. And I appreciated that about him. And that's why he was the one that I would pick on, because he was the strongest and the one that I felt to be most honest about that belief. With all that being said, he becomes the last, and this becomes, or one of the last, and now this becomes more apropos than it was yesterday, one of the last of a dying breed, this breed of statesmen in the Senate specifically, who could debate passionately on the floor on an issue and not carry hatred in his heart when he left the chamber against those people he disagreed with. And I hate that it seems like the last of a dying breed, but it seems like himself, Dick Durbin retiring, who used to go back and forth with John McCain, but kept a friendship. There were some there who remembered the old way, which some of that may not have been bad. And I appreciate the fact that he held that and he brought it to the floor and didn't bring that hatred out on Fox News or out on to dinner in D.C. And I hope that we find more statesmen like that. Maybe, whatever opinion or whatever political party, people that can sever political differences from an actual hatred because you believe something.
Joey brings up a great point that he has been incredibly consistent, and that has sometimes put him at odds with maybe some mega Republicans or America First, America Only Republicans, especially when it comes to the issue with Russia and Ukraine. That certainly was, a point of contention, of course, his support for Israel. But how do you think that his legacy will be remembered in terms of policy?
He's a war hawk, right? But to Joey's point, he has always been a war hawk. He's always believed.
I'm not really liking where this stream is going. Like, Senator Lindsey Graham was not a war hawk. Like, that's just such a stupid thing to say. That's actually a really ignorant thing to say. I totally disagree with this. Senator Lindsey Graham understood the importance of you know what, let me just, there's a troll on, okay, Matt Blood, thank you. There's a troll on Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Let me just ban them. Okay. Let me see if I can. I don't even know how to add mods on. How do I make someone a mod on can I make someone? Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. Max Blah. Okay, guys, so who's a rogue mod? Who's a rogue mod? Sorry, guys, give me one moment here. I just want to... Okay. Because I don't really... I'm not really on Twitch too often. All right, guys, I'm going to make a few of you on Twitch mods. With great power comes great responsibility. Please, please don't abuse it. But yeah, if there's any trolls, just get rid of them, please. I appreciate that. Like I'm streaming on numerous platforms just in case like YouTube takes my stream down or something, right? So really appreciate that. All right, guys, thank you. So I have a few new mods on Twitch. So yeah, with great power. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Wait, look at that. There you go. So, oh wait, there we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me there we go. All right. Okay. Guys, Kudosh is there. He's watching you guys. So there you go. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Really, really appreciate the heads up on that because yeah, like unfortunately there's like trolls everywhere. It's just very, very frustrating. Like I just, people just can't be civil, it seems. Okay, so yeah, I don't really like where these comments are going because I don't like the fact that people say that he is okay. I will share that squiggly message in a little bit. Okay, you're there too? Okay. Sorry guys. Let me just... There we go. I don't know how do I make someone a head mod? How do I make someone a head mod? I don't know how to do that. Yeah, but whatever. Kurosh is a head mod. Yeah, I can't do that on Twitch. That's fine. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, I don't like where the comments on Fox News are going. Like these people calling Senator Lindsey Graham a war hawk. I actually think that's not like it's not a respectful thing. And the other thing as well is that Senator Lindsey Graham was not a war hawk. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that the only way to deal with Muslim Nazis is to exterminate them, right? I mean, think about World War II. Think about World War II. So no one in World War II was like, "Oh, we need to negotiate with Hitler and come to a peace treaty," right? So, and were those people war hawks? No, they understood the nature of the Nazi regime, and this is what Senator Lindsey Graham understood today. So, anyways, going back to this disgusting footage from the Islamic regime, because I want to expose how evil the Islamic regime is. Here you go.
بینندگان همیشه همراه شبکه خبر سلام وقتتون بخیر. لینستی گراهام سناتور ضد ایرانی به درک واصل شد. سناتور گراهام یکی از سرسخت‌ترین چهره‌های ضد ایرانی در کنگره آمریکا بود و بارها از حملات ترامپ علیه ایران حمایت کرده بود. دفتر لینستی گراهام در توصیف علت مرگ این سناتور آمریکایی از عبارت بیماری ناگهانی استفاده کرد. تحریک به حمله به ایران، خوشحالی از کشتار مردم ایران و حمایت از رژیم کودککش صهیونیستی از سوابق این سناتور آمریکایی است. بنگویر وزیر امنیت داخلی رژیم صهیونیستی در واکنش به مرگ گراهام گفته امروز اسرائیل یکی از بزرگترین دوستان خود را از دست داده. این خبر اونقدر خبر خوبیه که دوست دارم یک بار دیگه براتون بخونم. لینستی گراهام سناتور ضد ایرانی به درک واصل شد. سناتور گراهام یکی از سرسخت‌ترین چهره‌های ضد ایرانی در کنگره آمریکا بود و بارها از حملات ترامپ علیه ایران حمایت کرده بود. دفتر لینستی گراهام در توصیف علت مرگ این سناتور آمریکایی از عبارت بیماری ناگهانی استفاده کرده.
Yeah. Omid makes a very good comment here. They're literally deflecting. So everything that the evil Islamic regime is guilty of, right? The rape, murder, torture, execution of innocent Iranian men, women, and children, over 54,000 in 2 days alone. Everything that they've done, that's just in 2 days. I mean, let's not go over the 47 years. But they're deflecting all of that, and they're blaming Senator Lindsey Graham for that. So there you go. This is literally how garbage they are. Like, they're literally scum. They don't even have the decency or the humanity to take a moment to say, our condolences. Instead, they're literally gloating about it on Islamic regime state TV. They're literally saying that he's gone to hell on Islamic regime state TV. That's the official line. They're also calling him anti-Iranian, right? This is, again, how they try to gaslight the Iranian people. Now, this sort of tactic used to work maybe like 30, 40 years ago, but it doesn't work today, because we Iranians, especially Iranians in occupied Iran, we know that it's the Islamic regime that is anti-Iranian. Senator Lindsey Graham wasn't anti-Iranian. Senator Lindsey Graham, sorry, my Persian came out for a moment. Senator Lindsey Graham was pro-Iranian, okay? Here he is literally holding the lion and sun flag of Iran, okay? All right, I see this message has been shared a few times. Okay, let me just share this message really quickly. Okay, این پیامو الان مطرح میکنم، ولی خب یه خبرهای دیگه هم باید بهش برسم، ولی حتما اینو من از توسط شما الان مطرح میکنم. So, one of our Iranian viewers has a message to all of our non-Iranian and especially American viewers. Now, I know you guys already know all of this, but I will. Okay, how do I make someone a mod? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to make someone a mod on. I don't know how to make someone a mod on Kick. I'm sorry, Hudat. I'm gonna have to figure it out later. Sorry, Hudat. But okay, let me share this message from one of our Iranian viewers. This person earlier on, of course, shared their condolences about Senator Lindsey Graham. So they write, تروریست‌های اصلی ترور در رژیم جنایتکار آخوند و سپاهی حوزه‌های عالمیه آخوندا هستند. باید به طور کامل بمباران و ویران شوند. لطفاً این موضوع بسیار مهم را مطرح فرمانید. سپاس. Okay, so they're basically, so this person is saying that like the main terrorists and the main jihadis and like the main criminals in the Islamic regime are the mullahs and the sipah, and also حوزه‌های علمیه آخونده, also the seminaries. So the seminaries are where the Islamic regime trains young mullahs and young jihadis, right? And then they say باید به طور کامل بمباران و ویران شوند. So this person is saying these durkas and their bases and institutions and seminaries have to be completely boom-boomed and eradicated. And then they say لطفاً این موضوع بسیار مهم را مطرح فرمانید. سپاس, which means please share this really important message. Thank you. So basically, this one of our Iranian viewers is referring to the boom boom bingo sheet. Okay, so what they're saying is, on the boom boom bingo sheet, all of these Durka jihadis have to be exterminated, including all of the mullahs, right? Because the mullahs, right? So like the Assembly of Experts, their seminaries, like the Guardian Council. So pretty much like all these like turban heads pretty much have to be boom boomed. All of these that are like basically because the mullahs are creating mullahs. So essentially, the seminary, that's basically like a mullah creating factory. So it's not just about getting rid of like, like General Skidmark or whoever else, but you have to get rid of the mullah factories, right? You have to get rid of the production plants, let's say, right? Because the production plants are also what's contributing to the indoctrination and growth of the Islamic regime. So there you go. That's the message from that person. That Iranian viewer. But okay, there you go. That's how disgusting the Islamic regime is. They're literally gloating about the fact that apparently Senator Lindsey Graham has passed away, and they're celebrating it because they're disgusting scum of the earth, and that's who they are, and they're never going to change. Now, I want to go to this video. So, the official account of His Royal Highness, the Shah of Iran, his official comms account, posted a video today to honor the legacy of Senator Lindsey Graham. So, again, this is a very good distinction and comparison between Iran and Iranians and Iranian culture and Iranian values versus the Islamic regime, the Muslim Nazi occupiers who have invaded us for the last 47 years.
You have a just cause. What happens to you will change the world one way or the other. If we stand behind you and help you achieve your freedom, the world will move toward the light. The opposite is true. I have chosen you over the Ayatollah. The world needs to choose you, the Iranian people, over the Ayatollah. You represent the best of mankind. He represents the darkest of mankind. Keep protesting. Help is on the way.
Wow. So I just want to give some context here, okay? So I want to share something, okay? So this message is written in Persian, okay? Now I'll translate what it says. So Senator Lindsey Graham stood alongside the freedom-loving people of Iran. At the 250,000 strong Munich rally, he raised the Iranian flag bearing the lion and sun emblem and said, "I have chosen you over the mullahs. The world must also choose you, the people of Iran, over the Ayatollah. You represent the finest qualities of humanity, while he embodies the darkest aspects of human nature. May his memory be cherished." So this is what was posted earlier today in Persian. Okay, so this message is meant for Iranians, especially those in occupied Iran. And of course, his message, they added Persian subtitles, so those Iranians who may not be as comfortable with English can follow along and see what he says. So 13,000 likes, 3.9 retweets. So let's go through some of the so here is how Iranians are responding. Okay, so this person says Yodish Gerami, which means may his memory be a blessing, essentially, right? And then so with a broken heart, and there's photos of Senator Lindsey Graham, may he rest in peace, with His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, on February 14 in Munich, right? I want you guys to think about that. The Islamic regime is calling Senator Lindsey Graham anti-Iranian. Meanwhile, you can tell that's 100% gaslighting, right? It's man, a lot of trolls today. I'm just banning all the trolls left, right, and center. It's funny because the trolls, like, they literally have to wait 20 minutes just to post like one garbage comment, and then I just ban them anyway. But so Senator Lindsey Graham, even this is the gaslighting, right? So you are experiencing the gaslighting of the Islamic regime firsthand, because now they're doing it about Senator Lindsey Graham, right? So here, Senator Lindsey Graham with the Shah of Iran fighting to free Iran from the Muslim Nazi occupation. And then the Islamic regime, who's literally been murdering Iranian people for the last 47 years, calls Senator Lindsey Graham anti-Iranian. No, Senator Lindsey Graham was pro-Iran because he understood that a free Iran is beneficial for the United States, right? A free Iran is in the best interests of the United States. A free Iran that has a normal government like it used to have before 1979 is beneficial to the United States. So Senator Lindsey Graham, right, understood that when it comes to foreign policy, a free Iran is America first. A free Iran is America first. And then here he is again. Look at that. So this is when His Royal Highness went to visit Senator Lindsey Graham in his office, right? And then, of course, here's the iconic image of Senator Lindsey Graham. And of course, here he is again. So that's one Iranian. And then here's another person. So this person is writing, سناتور دوست داشتنی، شما تا ابد در قلب ایرانیان زنده میمانید, which means, our beloved senator, you will be in the hearts of Iranians, like you will be alive in the hearts of Iranians for eternity. Okay? Yeah. It's not your beloved senator. It's more like, dear beloved senator, you will live forever in the hearts of Iranians. Okay? So the conjugation is a little bit off here, but yeah, so this is the sentiment from Iranians, right? That, Senator Lindsey Graham will live on in our hearts forever. And then there's another beautiful, iconic photo of him. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at these. Iranians have lost a great friend, Uncle Lindsey. Thank you for standing with the Iranian people and risking your life for our cause. We will never forget your support. Rest in peace. Okay. Wait, is there something happening? I don't know. All right. Okay. And then here is just like some raw footage of Senator Lindsey Graham. This is the iconic moment where Senator Lindsey Graham went. This was at the Munich rally on February 14, and before he spoke in front of 250,000 people, he raised the Lion and Sun flag of Iran. I also want you guys to, so there's the American flag, but the thing I wanted to point out is that when Senator Lindsey Graham came on the stage, all the Iranians from all around the world who were there, most of them are not American because there was, concurrent demonstrations happening. So there was, the main one was in Munich, there was one in Toronto, and then there was one in Los Angeles. So most of the Iranian Americans went to Los Angeles, but and I will play the full video, but just this little clip was just very very good to watch. So as soon as Senator Lindsey comes out on the stage for the Free Iran rally, all the Iranians there, they start chanting USA, 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 right? So and then, of course, you can see, like, there's at least 3 American flags in this video, right? Let me see if I can make this. Let me see if I can make the video bigger so that you guys can see the American flags better. So, yeah, okay. Here we go. Here we go. This is a bigger version of the video. Thank you. So there you go. These are then, and keep in mind, guys, even before Iranians knew that Senator Lindsey Graham was going to come out, like, Iranians were already waving the American flag in support of the United States. So, it was just so heartwarming to see Senator Lindsey Graham wave the flag of Iran, right? Yeah, so there's that. And then let me go to some more messages of condolences from the Iran. Oh, you liked the video of when he was in the bars? Yes. You know what? I will find that video. So I starred your comment. If I don't have it on my list, I will go find it for sure. Thank you for the reminder. There's so many amazing videos of Senator Lindsey Graham. Okay, so now we have this other comment. So Senator Lindsey Graham از حامیان شاهزاده و مردم ایران بودن. So, basically they're saying Senator Lindsey Graham was one of the big supporters of, His Royal Highness and the Iranian people. And of course, there's that, one of the iconic photos. Wow. Let me just bookmark these so that I save them for later. So, and of course, we Iranians, we've already made posters and banners and signs to honor Senator Lindsey Graham. So this person, Kathy, writes, "Rest in peace, dear Senator Lindsey Graham. You're always in Iranian people's hearts. Thank you for everything you do for us." So thank you for standing with the people of Iran. Your courage, your voice, your legacy, we will never forget. Surely the righteous will never be shaken. They will be remembered forever. Psalm 112, 6. So even in the banners that Iranians are making to honor Senator Lindsey Graham, you can see that they're including psalms as well, right? Because we Iranians, we have it's literally within our culture to respect all religions, right? So regardless of what religion we are, right? So I'm really glad that the Iranian community is doing this. This is really this basically just shows you who Iranians are, right? Like, this is who we are. We're not the Islamic regime. We are occupied by this brutal Nazi Muslim dictatorship. Okay, that's like, they hate everything. It's literally a death cult, right? But this is the true nature of Iranians, because again, remember that when Cyrus the Great founded the Persian Empire, one of the things that he enshrined and encapsulated was freedom of religion. So, we Iranians, it's literally an inherent part of our culture to respect all religions, right? It's just who we are. And then, the Islamic regime is like, oh, la, Sharia law or death or whatever, right? But yeah, I just wanted to share that. So that's one. And then, of course, there's another photo as well. And then, RIP. So this video, this video of Senator Lindsey Graham is definitely, trending.
Thank you.
You can kind of hear at the end people are chanting USA. I will get to the full video in a moment. So I don't know. I don't want to get into this because there's a lot of speculation. I'll save that for another time. So now people are sharing this message. So this post from Senator Lindsey Graham from February 1. So he says, so this is his clip with Fox News, and he says, "We cannot turn our backs on the brave men and women in Iran. Make Iran great again." So again, this was February 1, about 28 days before the humanitarian intervention began in Iran. So let's listen to what Senator Lindsey Graham has to say.
If this regime is still standing, the day after, if we pull the plug, will be 100 years of chaos. I have every confidence that President Trump will do what he promised to the people. Help is on the way. Keep protesting. If this regime...
So, Iranians are honoring this. I'm just bookmarking this so I can share this later. For people okay, so I see a few people who are saying like, why are you saying he passed away? He was killed. We don't know that. I will get into that later. And I will talk about why some people think that way, because the Islamic regime and Russia do have a history of doing this. However, it is too early to tell, and I don't want to get into that topic today. I will get into that topic maybe in the next few days, but this is not a channel where you come here for like gossip or like bait click or whatever. Like I know some people feel that way, but let's just give it 24 hours. Let's give it 24 hours to just honor Senator Lindsey Graham's memory. We can talk about that in the next few days when we get more information, okay? When we get more information. This is not a conspiracy theory channel. However, I do want to say, though, okay. So I just want to say this. But again, like, this is not a conspiracy theory channel. So we are going to wait for more information before I talk about any of that. But I do want to provide a little bit of context. So if you're seeing some people who are starting to think about, maybe this was a suspicious death, it's not, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right? However, I'm very cautious with this right now. Like, I want to wait for more info before we say anything. However, what I can say with 100% certainty is that the Islamic regime does have a well-documented history of, silencing dissidents, Iranian activists through, suspicious deaths and poisonings and forced illnesses, especially when they're in Evin prison. Evin prison is the political jail. And then, authorities cover this up by either taking the body before the family finds out, or things like that. So the Islamic regime does have a well-documented history of getting rid of Iranian dissidents through suspicious deaths. Okay? That's a well-known fact. Whether or not this applies to Senator Lindsey Graham, it's much too early to tell. Do I think that his passing needs to be investigated? Absolutely. But we're not going to get into conspiracy theories right now. We're not going to get into that right now. I don't think right now is a time and place. However, I do want to say that those people who are speaking about this, I understand where you are coming from, because for us Iranians, the Islamic regime has been doing this to Iranians for 47 years, where, literally, like, all these, like, Iranian prisoners, like political protesters, they were arrested, and they were healthy. They were healthy when they were arrested. And then, they're in jail for a while. And then the Islamic regime literally injects them with whatever substances or drugs or whatever the case might be. And then, they're released. And then 2 or 3 days later, they just suddenly die of a heart attack or a blood clot or an aneurysm or whatever, right? Like, literally otherwise healthy people. So the Islamic regime has a well-documented history of doing this to Iranian people. But like I said, it's much too early to say. And I'm not going to talk about that today, because I just don't think it's a time and place. Right now, we're here to honor Senator Lindsey Graham's memory, and just a place where we can just gather and mourn together. However, these suspicious deaths, it is an inherent part of the Islamic regime's modus operandi and how they operate, right? So I just do want to point that out. But okay, so let's play this one more time.
If this regime is still standing, the day after, if we pull the plug, will be 100 years of chaos. I have every confidence that President Trump will do what he promised to the people. Help is on the way. Keep protesting.
So this is a video that, Iranians are sharing under... So this person writes, Ruhish Shad Yadesh Javidan. So may his soul be blessed and his memory eternal. And then here you go. The people of Iran will not forget those who stood by them, stood by the Shah of Iran, and supported the Iranian people until the very end of their lives. Salute to the great Senator Lindsey Graham. Salute to the great Anwar Sadat. And of course, Anwar Sadat was the prime minister or president, sorry, I can't remember, president or prime minister of Egypt back when the Shah of Iran passed away from cancer, although it was malpractice. It wasn't cancer. The Shah of Iran passed away from malpractice. And Anwar Sadat was one of the few people who went to his funeral. And Anwar Sadat also gave the Shah and his family refuge in Egypt and Cairo. Actually, I have to speak about that as well, but I'll save that for tomorrow. I'm going to talk about what Egypt, the current Egyptian government, is saying and doing about the Shah. But Anwar Sadat, a great friend of the Iranian people, just like Richard Nixon, and of course, just like Senator Lindsey Graham. May he rest in peace. Okay, let me just I'm just tuning in. I want to see if Fox News is going to have anything good or if it's just going to be like more nonsense. Oh wait, sorry. So, right, I was here. So let me share some of the other posts with you because I just want you guys to get a sense of, you know, what Iranians are thinking and saying. So, oh my gosh, this is so sad. Okay, so this is like some sort of poem. او با مردم ایران همدل بود. او از هر چپ بیوطن او از هر چپ بیوطن ایرانی تر. Guys, so I'm working on my Persian here. So او با مردم ایران همدل بود. او از هر چپ بیوطن ایرانی تر بود. به یاد عمو لینزی. So basically there's like some poem here. I'm not going to translate the poem because that's beyond my capabilities, but he says he was a friend of the Iranian people, and then he says he was more Iranian than the leftist traitors. Okay, so you know how like wait, okay, let's go to Fox News.
Of course it is. He's a great politician. He was a natural. There are very few of them. He was a natural politician. Got along with everybody. When he didn't, he was very tough. He was a tough cookie too. But he got along with everybody. If I had a really big problem with a certain Democrat, he could work it out. That's something most Republicans can't do.
President Trump is mourning the loss of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who was one of his closest political allies. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second hour of the Big Weekend Show. So Senator Graham unexpectedly died at the age of 71. And according to the preliminary findings from the D.C. medical examiner, the cause of death is aortic dissection due to heart disease. But now the political world is honoring the late senator, with the U.S. Capitol flying flags at half staff and the White House doing the same. But Graham's passing is complicating things in the Senate and shrinks the GOP's already thin advantage. The loss could impact the upper chamber's ability to get President Trump's agenda passed. Now all eyes are on South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, who will be picking Graham's replacement in the Senate. But President Trump already has someone in mind for that seat.
The governor of the great state of South Carolina is going to need to appoint someone on an interim basis. Is there someone you think he should appoint?
I have somebody that I think would be great, but I don't want to say it now because it just, it's too soon with Lindsey. Mm-hmm. I don't want to even talk about anybody, but I do have somebody that I think is really good.
Joining us now is member of the House Armed Services Committee, Texas Congressman Pat Fallon. Congressman, we all woke up to this news and quite shocking and horrible. The president obviously remembering Senator Graham as a close political ally and friend. It certainly puts a lot of things in flux when you look at the Senate and you look at that already very thin majority, Senate not being able to get much done as it is, beyond just the horrible tragedy that this loss is. What do you see as the political ramifications and impact of this, at least for the time being?
Lindsey Graham was full of life and vigor, and it's just shocking to me that he's now gone. He was a prince of a man and really just a national treasure. Certainly complicates things because he was a proven and trusted conservative. So I would hope that the governor immediately appoints someone that is like, that cut from the same cloth, that's conservative, that's proven, and that's reliable, so we can have that vote in the Senate. And then, of course, the people in South Carolina will choose his permanent replacement in very short order.
Congressman Fallon, you sit on the House Armed Services Committee. I believe you're an Air Force veteran yourself. Moments ago, the U.S. just launched a fifth round of strikes against Iran. This comes after they hit roughly 140 targets last night. The strikes are in response, of course, to Iran closing an attack on and attacking commercial ships, closing the Strait of Hormuz and attacking commercial ships there. President Trump is warning that Tehran, quote, 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and aimed at the Islamic Republic. But, troubling new satellite images allegedly show that Iran may be trying to rebuild its nuclear facilities. Okay, we get through all that. My question to you is quite simple. I think Pentagon's looking at $2 trillion. It's going at 1.2, 1.5, now maybe $2 trillion. And the NDA, when you add on the supplemental that they're asking for, it's ranged between, I think, 80 and 200 billion to replace what's been spent. Sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, knowing that it's going to be your job at some point to help kind of sort through this, why don't we just go and bomb every single place that we think that we could bomb? Is this we don't want to spend all of our munitions kind of thing? Is this a, hey, we can't really afford to spend that much on Iran if we can get them to the table? What's your instinct on this?
You cannot trust the IRGC. That's the problem. I think there are people that we've seen over the last several months in Tehran that want to make a deal and want to move forward with a non-nuclear Iran. Problem is, the IRGC are the ones that are the most militant. They have the most guns, and they're the most willing to use them. 80% of the population of Iran hates this regime. But Iran is a massive country. Iran is larger. If you combine France and Germany and England, and Britain, for that matter, it's larger than those three countries combined. They're much larger. So it's problematic in that regard. But sadly, I'd have to say I'm not surprised, because the IRGC was never negotiating in good faith.
Yeah, Congressman, good to see you. Governor Abbott has called for an investigation into these billboards promoting birth tourism and directing people to a website called Have My Baby.
All right. Okay. So that was a weird segue, but okay, it is what it is. All right. So that's pretty much the top of the news. So let's go back to this video, this message that I was sharing with you. And I will keep an eye on Fox News for like the top of the hour stuff. So probably in about an hour. And I do see there's a number of super chats. I will get to them all momentarily as well, as soon as I finish this one. So again, we were looking at responses from the Iranian people, responses and reactions to the message from His Royal Highness, right? So His Royal Highness posted this video. So let me just
you have a just cause?
Sorry, let me just share this again. So His Royal Highness posted this video of Senator Lindsey Graham on his official comms page.
You have a just cause? What happens to you will change the world one way or the other. If we stand behind you and help you achieve your freedom, the world will move toward the light. The opposite is true. I have chosen you over the Ayatollah. The world needs to choose you, the Iranian people, over the Ayatollah. You represent the best of mankind. He represents the darkest of mankind. Keep protesting. Help is on the way.
He was right. This was his message from February 14, and the help came. And Senator Lindsey Graham knew. He said that the Iranian people are the best of mankind, and the Ayatollah, the Islamic regime, the evil Muslim Nazis, they're the worst. And I agree with him. And so this was the message that His Royal Highness wrote in Persian. Okay, so this is meant for the Iranian people, specifically people in occupied Iran. And so again, he wrote, Senator Lindsey Graham stood alongside the freedom-loving people of Iran at the 250,000-strong Munich rally. He raised the Iranian flag bearing the lion and sun emblem and said, I have chosen you over the mullahs. The world must also choose you, the people of Iran, over the Ayatollah. You represent the finest qualities of humanity, while he embodies the darkest aspects of human nature. May his memory be cherished. And as you can see, over 13,000 likes, 4,000 retweets, all these messages. I shared a whole bunch of these. This is the one that I was sharing with you. So this one's really heartbreaking. او با مردم ایران همدل بود. او از هر چپ بیوطنی ایرانی تر بود, which means he empathized. His heart was with the Iranian people, and he was more Iranian than the lefty anti-patriots, right? So you know how like the woke left and the Antifa and communists in America are anti-American, and so basically like we have the same problem, right? In fact, for us it's even worse because it was the woke left and the communists and the Antifa whatever who joined with the Muslim Nazis to help overthrow the Islamic regime. So they're just as anti-Iran. They're basically anti-patriots, right? So and then they continue Be yade Amu Lindsey, which means in memory of Uncle Lindsey. And then look at this photo. This one really breaks my heart because this is the lion and son, and the lion is crying, and the lion has put its sword down, and both the lion and the son are crying because this shows that all of Iran is in mourning. So oh my gosh, I was not expecting this image. So oh my God. Yeah, so this is how Iranians are honoring Senator Lindsey Graham, because I mean you've seen the lion and son flag, right? So the lion and son, it's it's the lion, and he's proudly holding the sword up, and there's the sun behind him, right? And the lion is fierce and proud, okay? And that's how it's always been. But in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham passing, Iranians have made this image where the lion has put down its sword and it's crying, and so is the sun. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. I was not expecting. This is so normally, it's considered disrespectful to alter a flag or to alter the symbols on a flag, right? I mean, there's it's proper flag protocol. It's proper flag protocol, right? If you alter the symbols on a flag or something, it's considered disrespectful, whatever. But as you can see, like this just goes to show how much Iranians loved and honored and respected Senator Lindsey Graham, that they've now made this sort of AI generated image of the lion and son crying and mourning Senator Lindsey Graham. And I actually can't think of a more beautiful way to show how much the Iranian people are mourning, right? Like, to me, I see this is so beautiful, and this is so just such a touching and beautiful tribute to Senator Lindsey Graham, right? So I mean, I've always said that he was one of the family. He was one of us. Like an entire Iranian nation had adopted Senator Lindsey Graham, right? He was Uncle Lindsey. He was Amu Lindsey. So I can't think of a more beautiful tribute than this image right here, right? Oh my gosh. And of course, as soon as I saw it, I got a little bit emotional because like this is just such a powerful and meaningful image for us, right? So yeah, we're all in mourning. We're all in mourning. Wow. Okay. I'm well beyond the questions and comments, so let me go to some of your super chats and questions and comments, and then we'll continue. So Smith of Gear said Javid Shah and Javid Lindsey Graham. Yes, absolutely. Javid Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is now a Javid Nam. He's an eternal hero. Not just for Americans, but for us Iranians as well. And as you can see, so I'm sorry, Americans, but you're going to have to share him with us. But I promise we'll be respectful. But you'll have to share him because he was our uncle. He was our adopted uncle. Javid Lindsey Graham. William Marsh says, in London, Iranians, Jews, and true blood English threw a party outside the services for Khomeini. Yeah, I've shared a little bit of footage of that. I was actually going to share. So guys, I was going to share more footage yesterday. And the reason that I didn't live stream yesterday is because I took a nap. I was like, you know what? I have a couple of hours. So I'm going to take a quick nap. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to start my live stream because I was feeling tired. I took a nap and then I literally woke up at like 3:30 a.m. So I apologize for not live streaming last night. I've been so exhausted this past week, and I guess my body was just like, you just need to sleep. So I was gonna share more footage yesterday, and then I was planning on sharing more footage today. But then, of course, you know, with the devastating news of Senator Lindsey Graham's passing, obviously this takes priority. But I do have a whole bunch of links of Iranians celebrating the death of Khamenei, the Muslim pedophile dictator, and absolutely I will be sharing all of that in the next few days to come. But thank you so much for the reminder, and thank you for letting everyone know. Yes, Iranians have been celebrating the death of Khamenei. And one of our viewers, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, says, I promise you, Charlie Kirk welcomes Lindsey Graham to the gates of heaven. Yeah, absolutely. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. That was another difficult loss. Yeah. That one was hard. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. But yes, I guess Charlie Kirk is welcoming Senator Lindsey Graham to the gates of heaven right now. George Hansen says, if the Islamic regime wants to take credit for his demise, let them suffer the consequences. Doesn't matter if they're lying or not. I agree. I mean, again, we don't know. Wait, sorry, let me just... No, I don't know what that is. Okay, so, I mean, we don't know if this was the work of the Islamic regime or not. I mean, they are taking credit for it, but that's similar to how, like, all these Muslim terrorists, whenever something happens, they'll just take credit for it because it just makes them look important or whatever. So it could have been them, it could have not been them. But I think regardless of the fact that whether or not it was the Islamic regime, you're absolutely right. If they want to take credit for Senator Lindsey's passing, then, you know, let them suffer the consequences, because this is the mentality. This is the mentality of the Durkas, right? Like, this is the Islamic regime. They're never going to change. This is literally a cult that thrives off of death and rape and torture and jihad, right? So for them, death is viewed as like, oh, right? Like, it gets their blood boiling. So I agree. If they want to take credit for this, if you know, yeah, they should suffer the consequences regardless of whether or not they did it or not, because that's just how insane they are. So not a super chat, but I just wanted to comment on this really quick. So Oliver is saying FBI is officially investigating Senator Graham's death. Let's see what emerges. So the FBI has to, because, you know, at the end of the day, Senator Lindsey Graham, you know, was an American politician. He was an elected official. So the FBI, of course, has to get involved. It's their responsibility. But that in and of itself doesn't actually mean anything. So FBI Director Kash Patel posted earlier today, Senator Lindsey Graham was a devoted public servant, a fierce defender of our nation, and a true patriot who dedicated his life to the people of South Carolina and the United States. Our prayers are with his family, loved ones, colleagues, and all those who knew him during this devastating time. The FBI is assisting local authorities and has made every necessary resource available. So I just wanted to point that. I mean, unless the FBI has said something new that I don't know about, like if they've posted like an update or something, let me know. But like I basically see this as standard protocol, right? Like this is essentially just it's standard protocol because Senator Lindsey Graham was an American elected official at the time. So this statement in and of itself doesn't mean anything. We have to wait and see if something comes out of this. So we can't take that as like, okay, just because the FBI is investigating, that means it's suspicious. No, that's not what this means. That just means the FBI is following protocol. So I just want to clarify that. But Oliver, that was a very good comment. But of course, I'm happy to provide some clarity and context with what this means. And then we have a comment from T. Thompson. I honor the message and legacy of Senator Graham, fellow veteran. Yes, Senator Graham was, I believe he was a retired colonel, if I'm not mistaken. We honor him. We honor him. Thank you. And then Tread says, just because peace sign, America sign. Thank you. Thank you. KP1139 says, Goldie, Lindsey Graham would have probably listened to this group. They wrote this song for the grieving. Bill and Gloria Gaither, It Is Well With My Soul, live, featuring Guy Penrod, David Phelps. Send them some love for this song. Okay, I will look this up and I will play this. And it'll probably be copyright striked or something, but that's okay. So what I'll have to do is after the live stream is over, I'll just have to go back and edit this part out, because like 99% of videos on YouTube are copyright striked. But I will find that, and I'm more than happy to play that. Let me just pull it up. No, and where do we go? I see. Okay. All right, so I have that pulled up, and I will get to that momentarily. KP, thank you so much for the suggestion. Let me just get through some of the other comments, and then absolutely, I'll take a little break as well, because this lion and sun image, just this image of the lion and sun crying, just it absolutely just devastated me, right? I was not expecting this, so I need a moment from this image. I mean, guys, I try not to get too emotional, but this one just got me. This one just really got me, because that's the lion and sun above my head, and they're crying, which is actually a very beautiful representation and depiction of how all of Iran is in mourning right now. That's exactly how we all feel. So yeah. Oh yeah, Mel Catwoman. I love the videos when he was in the bars with Iranians abroad. Yes, let me see if I have that. Let me see if I have that in my list. I'm gonna find it. Let me find that before I forget, because that was a very good video. I know I've shared that video myself, but I can't find it right now. Wait. I know I reposted it on my own. I know I reposted it on my own account. So, let me find it. Because I know I shared it somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here's the video. So I shared this video back on February 15th. So this is like pretty much like the after party, right? So after Senator Graham's speech on February 14 in Munich, he basically went to this like restaurant where all the Iranians were eating dinner, and when he showed up, this was how Iranians reacted to Senator Lindsey Graham showing up.
Yeah, here we go.
So this is such a beautiful moment, and I so as a former politician, I can interpret Senator Lindsey Graham's expression here very well. So, for us, for politicians, right? Usually when you go somewhere, there's like an advance, right? So there's an advance and people go there and like your team, Ba Sharaf. So a lot of Iranians are writing Ba Sharaf, which means honorable. So, they're basically saying honorable Uncle Lindsey. So, there's always a political advance, right? So your team goes and they kind of get a sense of, all right, who's there? How are they going to react? What is their response going to be? Like, what sort of things do you need to prep for so that if people ask you like questions, what do you do, right? So like this expression here, and listen, I've had this expression because I've been in sort of similar situations where I've sort of been invited to things last minute, and like you show up and you have absolutely no idea who's there or what's going to happen, right? So like Senator Graham is like, okay, I'm going to go to this like Iranian restaurant that's full of Iranians, and remember, he's American, and he's like, I have no idea who's there or like what's going to happen. And then just look at the smile on his face as soon as he walks in, and everyone is just like cheering him and welcoming him and just, just showing so much love. And remember, for politicians, right? Especially, I know this because I used to be one. Oftentimes, you hear more anger or complaints, right? Like, when people are satisfied and happy with you as a politician, they very rarely like call up or something like that, and they're like, okay, like, I just wanted to call and just, say that I'm really happy with what you're doing. That never happens. People usually just contact you when they're angry about something. And it's not often that you just get these, huge crowds of people who are just cheering and clapping, right? Because everyone always has an issue or like a criticism or, whatever the case might be. And so now Senator Lindsey Graham, just walks into this crowd of non-American Iranians, not knowing what to expect. And then this is how Iranians greeted him. Look at the smile on his face. He's like, oh my gosh. He's like, wow, like they're showing so much love, right? Like, it's guys, I'm telling you, it's very rare for politicians to get like this much love when they just show up to a random place, right? And they're all saying, thank you, sir, thank you.
Yeah, here we go.
And then now this girl's like, can we take a photo? So you know what? I'm very jealous of this girl, in a positive way, right? So I shouldn't say jealous. I'm envious. I'm very envious of this woman who was able to, had the opportunity to take a photo with Senator Lindsey Graham, something that I'm never going to be able to do.
Yeah, here we go.
Now you can also hear someone saying, "We love you." Did you hear that?
Yeah, here we go.
We love you.
Say that.
Yeah, here we go.
So that's Amu Lindsey. That's Amu Lindsey. So going back to this photo, that's makes this image here of the lion and sun mourning, and the lion putting his sword down in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, even more impactful. But yes, Mel, it wasn't a super chat, but I just wanted to share that. So yes, absolutely. I also loved the videos when he was in bars with Iranians abroad and receiving all the love. Amu Lindsey, rest in peace. And then a super chat from V. Kev Pacing for the work you do. Thank you. Thank you. Veteran Hoffman says, not going to lie, Goldie, the image of the sad lion and sad sun made me tear up as well. It's such an awesome way to show honor to Senator Graham. Thank you. I agree. Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad I'm not the only one who kind of got a little bit emotional by this image, because I wasn't expecting this, right? Like I wasn't expecting this, but also like I just think this is such a beautiful way to show how much we Iranians are mourning with you, right? So like I said earlier, one of the comments, right? All of Iran is mourning, right? And remember, Iran is occupied by the Islamic regime. So all those disgusting messages and comments from the Islamic regime are irrelevant, because they're the enemy. They're scum. They're cancer. Of course, they're going to say garbage jihadi comments because that's who they are, and they're just continuing to expose themselves, right? They're just continuing to expose themselves. One final super chat for now, and then I'm gonna get to that song that was recommended. Bobcat 4462, powerful image. I teared up big time. Yeah, me too. It is a very powerful image, and I think it's a very beautiful and fitting tribute that the lion and sun for today are in mourning, and the lion put his sword down in honor of Amu Lindsey. So yeah, okay. So guys, I've been live streaming for about 2.5 hours. There's still a lot more that I want to get through. I want to get through some of Senator Lindsey Graham's speeches and statements, and talk about his legacy and everything that he's done. And of course, I'm going to be here all night, but I just need just a little break, and I will be back in probably 3 or 4 minutes. Let me just put the banner here. Sorry. Wait, how long is this video? Okay, the video is 4 minutes, so 4-minute intermission. Okay, I'll be back in 4 minutes. I just need to I actually need to go fix my makeup, because I've been crying and my makeup is all ruined now. So I can't be crying on TV too much. Okay, and this song is probably copyright striked, but that's fine. It's worth it. So I will be back in 4 minutes, guys. Um, that was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Let's do a quick reset. So for those of us who have joined us more recently, I started off tonight's show with, let me pull this up, sorry. So I started off tonight's show with a prayer, and this was at the request of Senator Lindsey Graham's family. So the statement from the office of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham says, on the evening of Saturday, July 11, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Senator Graham's family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. So, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham's family and their request for prayers, I'd like to take a moment, just like I did at the beginning of our show, to share a prayer. And we're going to share the Lord's Prayer, and followed by the American National Anthem in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham and his love for America. So let's start with the Lord's Prayer, and then we'll play the American National Anthem, and then we'll continue with the rest of our tribute and commemoration.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. So that was the Lord's Prayer. And of course, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, and, of course, in honor of all of our American viewers and everyone who is mourning, we'll play the beautiful American National Anthem, and then we'll continue with the rest of the show.
See by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming. His bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, stay does that star-spangled banner yet wave, the land of the free and the home of our brave.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why there's like a question mark after this video. I just found this video. If someone has a better link, let me know. But I don't know. I don't know why there's question marks there. That's not me. But God bless America. God bless Senator Lindsey Graham. May he rest in peace. Yeah, it's just really sad news. And like I said, all of Iran is in mourning right now. Um, it's a difficult day for everyone. It's a difficult day for everyone. But like I said, I find that in moments of grief, it really helps when we all come together. So let me go to some more videos of Senator Lindsey Graham, because I do have quite a lot of. I mean, I spoke a little bit about the conspiracies from the Islamic regime, but I'm going to hold off on that. I already shared a few. Oh, someone's saying CC caption, put the footage in there, put the question mark in there. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Could have been. I have no idea. But there are some posts about the Islamic regime. I already shared a few. I mean, I'm done with the garbage durkas, unless I actually, you know what? I heard that there's breaking news. Apparently, the United States is booming. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, wait. Look at this. Okay, so I literally just, guys, opened up my X account. Like, this is, like, I'm not even joking. I just opened up my X account because I wanted to search for the latest news about boom booms happening in Iran. And as soon as I opened up my X account, the first thing that pops up is this post from this Iranian account. And I click on the account. This person follows me. This person, like, guys, I have so many Iranian followers on X, right? So let me just follow this person back, because they're obviously Basharaf. They're an honorable person. So I open up my X account, and, like, I'm telling you guys, my page feed is literally filled with posts from Iranians who are mourning the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, right? And then, here is a message from one of our Iranian viewers in the comments saying, عمو لنزی کجایی که ببینی آزادی ایران رو و پرچم شیر و خورشید رو بگیری دستت بازم. So basically Iranian, like, this person is saying, like, I'm like, Uncle Lindsey, where are you to see like the future free Iran, and wave the flag of a free Iran, right? So that's one message from one of our Iranian viewers. Anyway, so there's that one, but let me just share this post here. So literally, like, I'm not even exaggerating. As soon as I open up my X account, it's literally full of Iranians from all around the world, including in occupied Iran. I don't think this person's in Iran, though. This person is in Germany, but another Iranian. But, like, literally, like, so many squiggly, like, squiggly lines, right? Guys, Persian social media, whether it's X or Instagram, is just, that's all it is. It's just everyone is mourning the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. So this person, guys, pop quiz. This might be a tricky one. What's the Iranian word for goodbye? Who remembers? And Iranians, you can't comment. What's the Iranian word for goodbye? So durud is hello. Wait. Jeremy got it first. Well, Jeremy, so yeah, exactly. It's bedrud. So Jeremy got it. گفتم ایرانی‌ها جواب ندن. میدونم شما میدونی جوابش. See, the Iranians are cheating. No, I said non-Iranians. Bedrud. But Jeremy got it. Yeah. Kurosh. Yeah, exactly. You can't tell. By the way, everyone, give a shout out to Kurosh. Kurosh has been helping me all night with updating links and posts. So everyone put a K in the chat for Kurosh. He's been amazing help with helping me with everything here. But Jeremy got it, so it's Bidrud. Just Chillin' got it. So this is all at the same time. So this is all the first place. So first place is Jeremy, Just Chillin', Laszlo, Visitor Clockin', yeah, Bidrud, Navajo Nature, yeah, you're Iranian, Navajo. That doesn't count. Veteran got it. Yes, it's Bidrud. Bedroom, close enough. That was probably an autocorrect. On your phone, but I'll give it to you. So everyone up until Veteran Hoffman, the timestamp is 6:48. So you're all in first place. So Jeremy, Just Chillin', Laszlo, Visitor Clockin', and Veteran Hoffman are all number one, because you all came in at 6:48. And then Mel Cat was so honorable mentions. Mel Catwoman, it's Bidrud, probably just the auto correct there. Renzi, yes, Bidrud. Yes, Saucy, Bidrud. No, Khoda Hafiz is not that. Yes, but Bidrud is more authentic. Yeah, Hugh got Bidrud. See, Omid's laughing. So there you go. Wow, Jeremy says it was the second word that you learned. Wow, Mel Catwoman with the squiggly lines. Yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah, Mel Catwoman. That's 100% accurate. There you go. No, Laszlo, that's okay. You're still in first place. Greg Chapman, honorable second. So 6:48. Everyone who put it in at I think it was 6:48. 6:48 was first place, and now 6:49 is all the honorable mentions. So Greg Chapman says Bidrud. There we go. So yeah, and everyone's putting a K. Thank you so much. So yeah, so Bidrud. So this message, let me just share this now. So this message says Bidrud Merde Bozorg. Faramushet Nemikonim. So I literally opened up my X because I want to search for something else about Senator Lindsey Graham. And my For You page is full of Iranians who are honoring Senator Lindsey Graham in Persian. So I'm not exaggerating when I say that Iranians are mourning with you. Anyways, this means, sorry, I need... sorry. Bidrud Merde Bozorg. Goodbye, great man. Faramushet Nimikonim. We will never forget you. So this message says, goodbye, great man. We will never forget you. And then, of course, this is the video. Remember this video of him, Senator Lindsey Graham? That's going viral. Here's another angle of it. Right, this video is probably copyright strike, so I'm just going to have to play without the audio. There you go. The iconic moment for Senator Lindsey Graham. So yeah, Iran. Honestly, like I forgot what I was going to search up. I was going to search something up, and I completely forgot what I was going to look up right now, because what was I going to look up? What was I going to look up? I was going to go to Senator Lindsey Graham. I was going to go to Senator... Oh no, yeah, I was Sorry. I was gonna take a quick break to go to the Boom Booms. That's what I was gonna do, and then like this showed up on my X account and I completely forgot. So let me go to Shin. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna give you the boom booms. I'm gonna give you the oh my gosh. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Just destroy them. نابودشون بکن دیگه. نمیدونم چرا منتظر چی موندین دیگه. نابودشون بکن. واقعا دیگه یعنی نمیدونم چی بگم. So, okay, so sirens heard in Qatar, terror state, Bahrain. Okay, well let's go to so missile threats detected this morning outside UAE border. Situation remains stable. Okay, great. So look, even Shin, literally my favorite Iranian OSINT account. My favorite Iranian OSINT account is also honoring Senator Lindsey Graham, right? Like literally every single Iranian, okay, those who don't support the Islamic regime, we're all in mourning. We're all in mourning, okay? So the only Iranians who are celebrating the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, they are the Muslim Nazi occupiers, and they need to be exterminated. So, this is actually a very good litmus test. This is a very good litmus test. Anyone who is celebrating the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham is a Muslim Nazi, is a scum of the earth, okay? All the other Iranians, even Iranians who are, against the Islamic regime, however,
as tensions with Iran are now reaching a boiling point. State Department spokesperson Tommy Pidgett is here with reaction.
News.
That's next.
What? Okay, I'm literally monitoring Fox News, and it said like breaking news alert. Okay, so we're gonna go to the breaking news. We'll go to the breaking news at the top of the hour. So let's go back. Where was I? So yeah, like every single normal Iranian. What was it? It was breaking news. It was a teaser. It was a teaser for the top of the hour at 7 p.m. So we have about a few minutes, and then we're gonna get to Fox News, top of the hour. But yeah, every single Iranian, guys, even the Iranians who may have been against, let's say for whatever reason they were against Senator Lindsey Graham, his policies, but they're all mourning him, right? So if there's any guys, so this is a very good litmus test for you right now. Any Iranian who is either a supporter of the Islamic regime or those who are in hiding, we call them mozdur. Mozdur means mercenary, okay? Mozdur. Let me spell that out for you, okay? So because there are a lot of mozdurs, okay? So there's also a lot of infiltrators in the pro-free Iran movement. Anyone who is happy about the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, they're a supporter of the Islamic regime. It doesn't matter if they're officially a supporter of the Islamic regime or if they pretend that, they want to free Iran, but they're against Senator Lindsey Graham. You can be against Senator Lindsey Graham and his policies, but you can still, empathize with the fact that he's passed away, and you can, send your thoughts and prayers. So Mozdur is not, no. Mozdur is not, Mozdur doesn't mean terrorist. Mozdur means infiltrator. So anyone who is pretending to be an Iranian freedom fighter, they've infiltrated the movement and they're pretending like they're one of us, but they're actually not. They're a Mozdur. They're a Mozdur, infiltrator. Okay? Infiltrator. Spy, no, spy is jasus. Spy is jasus. Muzdur is infiltrator. And if I'm getting this translation wrong, I guarantee you there will be people who will correct my Persian. However, yeah, kind of like a spy. Yeah, Muzdur is kind of like a spy. But we actually have a name for Muzdur. Sorry, we have a name for spy. Spy is jasus. Muzdur is infiltrator. So they might not necessarily be a spy. They just could they could be like an infiltrator who's there to, you know, cause chaos or mayhem, right? But all I'm saying is this is actually a very good litmus test. Any Iranian right now who is celebrating the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, they're with the Islamic regime, 100%. Because you could be against Senator Lindsey Graham's political policies, for example, but you can still have empathy for the fact that he passed away and send thoughts and prayers to his family. So I just want to make that very, very clear about this. But wait, where was I? I was sharing something. What was I sharing? Oh yeah, so Shin. But Fox News is about to start. Okay.
Deal no matter what, that Iran had to live up to its end of the bargain. You can't just indiscriminately attack civilian shipping if you don't get your way. You can't hold the world's economy hostage. The president's not going to stand for it. And he made that very clear. There'll be consequences if Iran continues to not only violate the deal, but as I said, international law. At the end of the day, Iran is going to pay the price.
Yeah, the Trump administration is warning Iran to stop attacking ships or face the consequences. And hello, everybody, and welcome to the final hour of the big weekend show. The U.S. has now conducted 2 more rounds of strikes against Iran today, but Iran is not backing down. The IRGC says they will continue to attack ships until the U.S. leaves the region, while their top negotiator says the, quote, era of one-sided deals is over. Now there are new satellite images that show that Iran may be trying to rebuild its nuclear facilities. Joining us now is State Department spokesperson Tommy Pigott. Tommy, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Obviously, the news with Iran, it's a big deal. There's a lot going on in the world. This is the one that a lot of people have their eyes on. What's the State Department's current role in both this conflict, but also keeping our newfound allies in the Middle East on board with President Trump's plan?
Well, look, Secretary Rubio, of course, recently traveling to the region, partly to thank our allies for the fact that they've stood by us during this, the support that we've seen from them, the leadership and the courage and the resilience that they've shown. We saw a powerful statement coming out of a joint ministerial there where we saw our Gulf allies and partners rejecting the idea that any country can charge tolls or fees for transit through an international waterway like the Strait of Hormuz. The president has been very clear on this from the beginning. There is no guessing about what the president's objectives are because he said them again and again. The Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he's also been clear that he prefers a deal, but he's going to see that objective be fulfilled one way or another.
Yeah, we certainly have been hearing a lot of back and forth on this, and I imagine it's frustrating for everybody, certainly for Americans that have been watching it, hoping that the memorandum of understanding was going to be a big breakthrough. And then, of course, no fault of our administration or our president, that seems to have fallen through because you're dealing with, you know, rogue actors there in Iran. We don't even really know who we're dealing with, to be honest. You know more than I. But I guess my question is just for the everyday Americans out there who are looking at the Strait of Hormuz and they're seeing this constant back and forth. They see their gas prices maybe go down a little bit, but they're worried that they're going to creep back up because it doesn't look like Iran has any intention of stopping their attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell the everyday Americans out there that are worried that this is not only going to turn into a very long, extended war, but also worried that they're going to go back and forth on their gas prices for the foreseeable future?
Well, look, President Trump has been very clear that the memorandum of understanding was always performance-based. And if you see the Iranian regime not living up to the commitments that they made, the president was going to act accordingly. We also see a president who is determined to unleash American energy, things that we've already seen happen here in the United States of America, because ultimately strength starts at home. So we see the unleashing of American energy, and we see a president who is determined to make sure that a threat that many presidents have identified as untenable, that the Iranian regime's pursuit pursuit of a nuclear weapon. We have a president who is going to make sure that the Iranian regime never has one. An Iranian regime with a nuclear weapon would be an untenable threat to the region and to the entire world. So the president taking concrete action to make sure that he is seeing this fundamental objective, which he's been clear about from the beginning, fulfilled. And a final point I'll make on this: the actions President Trump has taken regarding the Iranian regime have already made us safer, from the decimation of their conventional weapons capability to the obliteration of their nuclear sites. The president has been clear on this since day one.
Yeah, Tommy, thanks again for joining. Riley here. I want to get your take on another story. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is reportedly inviting senior officials from 60 different countries to the State Department for a meeting on Thursday to discuss the resurgence of Antifa. 60 countries, that's a lot. I guess my question for you.
All right, so we're going to leave it there. It's so frustrating. Guys, like, that's the problem with these like young people, right? And by young people, I literally mean people that are like my age, right? Like these 40-year-olds or whatever, right? Like, they keep on talking about the Iranian regime. And what I'm trying to tell you, all of you, is that you cannot for example, let's say you have an illness, okay? And you feel pain and you're hurt or you're hurting or whatever. You cannot cure the ailment unless the ailment is properly diagnosed, right? So in this case, all these young people who are calling it the Iranian regime because they haven't bothered to look into the history of Iran when it existed prior to 1979, right? Like this guy, he's probably my age, right? 40, 41. He keeps on calling it the Iranian regime. There is nothing Iranian about the Islamic regime that is occupying Iran. Now, keep in mind, I want to share this. I've shared this before, but I'm going to share this again. And Senator Lindsey Graham, he understood this. Senator Lindsey Graham said he supported the Iranian people and he was against the Islamic regime. Why? Because Senator Lindsey Graham lived and grew up during the time when Iran was one of the biggest and most important allies of the United States. Okay? It was only when the Muslims took over, with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, by the way, right? Jimmy Carter and the Democrats helped the Muslim Nazis come to power. And then as soon as the Muslim Nazis came to power, they turned around and they were like, oh, no, death to America, right? So you can thank the Democrats and Jimmy Carter for that. And I always make a distinction between Jimmy Carter and the Democrats versus Americans and the Republicans, right? So you can thank Jimmy Carter and the Democrats for turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole, which then has caused the deaths of thousands of Americans, basically. And this is why the Democrats will never admit to this mistake, because if they admit to that mistake, then they will have to admit that their hands, like the Democrat Party's hands, are covered and soaked with the blood of the American people. Because the only reason thousands of Americans have died at the hands of the Islamic regime is because of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats helping the Islamic regime come to power. But here's the thing. This guy keeps on saying Iranian regime. Okay. Let me share a video with you. I've shared this before, but I'm going to share it again. Okay? Here's a video of Khomeini. Remember, Khomeini is the Muslim pedophile founder of the Islamic regime. Khomeini is the person that Jimmy Carter had secret backdoor meetings with. Khomeini literally wrote a book where he explained to Muslims how to sodomize infant girls, and like basically how to marry infant girls and sodomize them in a way that would be halal. That's Khomeini's like little green book, right? I'm not exaggerating. Look up Khomeini's little green book. But here's the thing. Whenever someone says the Iranian regime, this is why it frustrates us. Because anyone who calls it the Iranian regime, that in and of itself is proof that this person does not know or understand the history. Because here's what, and like, guys, the only reason I'm sharing this is because, you know, like, I'm doing this for you. I'm subjecting myself to this evil, demonic, satanic, public Nazi. Oh my gosh, Texas is in the house. Texas. We missed you, Texas. Oh my gosh. You know what? So after this disgusting video, we'll have to cleanse our palate. So in honor of Texas joining us, and you know, being here with us while we're commemorating and honoring Senator Lindsey Graham, after I explain this disgusting jihadi pedophile, we're gonna do a palate cleanse, and I will play the Lord's Prayer, and then the Star Spangled Banner, and then Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song before we continue, because we will need a reset after this. But Texas, so great to have you here with us, and of course, my condolences to you and everyone. But okay, so this is why we Iranians, like, whenever someone calls it the Iranian regime, this is why it gets frustrating for us, because there's nothing Iranian about them. They're literally a foreign Muslim occupying invader. Like Khomeini Khabar Margesh, like he's from India. Like, the guy's not even Iranian. He's literally from India, like the northern India part, which is like, you know, and guys, this is why, like, the Muslim India. Okay, so if anyone's ever wondering, why is it that all these like third world Pakistanis and like the Bangladeshis and like the northern jihadi Durkha Indians, right? Not the Hindu Indians, right? The Hindu Indians, we Iranians, we have a very good historical relationship with the Hindus that goes back 2,000 years, right? Because remember, when the Arab Muslim conquest of Persia happened 1,400 years ago, many Iranian Zoroastrians escaped and went to India, and the Hindus, the Hindu civilization, gave them refuge, right? So keep that in mind. So when I talk about the Indian Muslims, I'm not referring to the Hindus. I'm referring to literally the Durkhas. So the reason that the Pakistanis and like the northern Durkha Muslim Indians and the Bangladeshis support and worship Khomeini, Khabar Margesh, and then Khomeini is because Khomeini is from India. He's literally from India. Like, this is why we call them foreign invaders. Anyway, so here's what he says about Iran. So when the Islamic regime, with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, took over, Khomeini said that Iran and nationalism is anti-Islam. Listen to this.
اسلام آمده است که این حرفای نامربوط رو از بین ببرد. افراد ملی به درد ما نمیخورن، افراد مسلم به درد ما میخورن. اسلام با ملیت مخالف است.
Right? Do you see that? Islam. So the guy, the Muslim pedophile founder of the Islamic regime that occupied Iran in 1979 with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, literally saying Islam is compatible with Iranian nationalism. Okay? So this is why it really frustrates us Iranians, and it pisses us off when you have these like young people like that, like this person, you know, no disrespect, but like this person, right? Like this guy, no disrespect, but go learn your history. Because if you actually learn your history, you'll stop calling it the Iranian regime, because there is nothing Iranian about the Islamic regime. The Islamic regime is anti-Iranian, okay? And when the Islamic regime took over, they literally said Islam is incompatible with the Iranian identity. Guys, so you know when they say Islam is incompatible with nationalism? Why do you think all these like jihadis are immigrating to the United States, and then they're demanding Muslim only cities, or they want to build like some Muslim super city in Texas somewhere? I think that was blocked, but this is why. The reason that these Durkas immigrate to your countries and then they want to build Muslim-only cities governed by Sharia law is because they literally believe Islam is incompatible with nationalism. They did it to Iran, and now they're trying to do it to your countries, right? Anyone who says, "Oh, we need a Muslim-only community in your country," kick them out. Like, just nope. Like, just get them out of there. Just nope. Revoke their citizenship, revoke their green card, kick them out, because that is jihad, okay? And this is the root of it. They literally, the Islamic regime, when they took over Iran in 1979, they say Islam is incompatible with nationalism. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that.
معنی ملیت این است که ما ملت را میخوایم، ملیت را میخوایم و اسلام را نمیخوایم.
Yeah, I agree. Nationalism means we want a nation instead of Islam. 100%. I will always choose nationalism over Islam. I do not want Islam running a country, because when Islam runs a country, you have occupied Iran, a 47-year Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, right? And so guys, in 1979, the Islamic regime literally admitted who they are and what they want. Like, they're not hiding the fact. They're literally not hiding the fact that their goal is to take over the world through their jihad, to get rid of nationalism, right? Like, they want to get rid of countries and their flags and their identities. Remember, prior to 1979, this right here, that was the flag of Iran. When the Islamic regime took over, they changed our flag. They changed our flag and they turned it into a garbage Arab flag with Arabic writing on it that says Allahu Akbar. Remember, I'm Iranian. I don't speak Arabic. I don't understand Arabic. No disrespect to Arabic, but what I'm saying is this is a foreign occupying invading force. When they took over Iran, they replaced the Iranian flag with an Arab flag. So yes, we Iranians, after 47 years, it's frustrating when you have, some young guy who is introduced as like a strategic advisor to President Trump is talking about the Iranian regime. Senator Lindsey Graham knew the difference. This is why we Iranians are mourning him. This is why. Let me bring up this image again. This heartbreaking image that right? This image here is going viral. Let me zoom out so you see the full picture. So Iranians are sharing this image of Senator Lindsey Graham, right? This is Senator Lindsey Graham. The moment he's holding the lion and sun flag, and someone put this in front of him, right? And like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to flag protocol, right? When it comes to flag protocol, usually it's considered disrespectful to alter the emblem of, it's usually considered disrespectful to alter the emblem of a flag. But in this case, Iranians have altered the emblem of the lion and sun flag, and the lion has put his sword down. So remember, this is this is the lion and sun flag right here. Okay. This is a lion and sun flag. So you have the lion, and he's in a very fierce and proud, strong pose, and he's holding his sword up high, and there's the sun behind him, right? And in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham's passing, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham's passing, Iranians have altered the lion and sun emblem. And I can't think of a more beautiful tribute. I can't think of a better way to honor the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. And I think this is 100% appropriate. And I think this is 100% beautiful. And, this shows that this is a very beautiful depiction of how an entire Iranian nation, right? I'm not talking about Islam. I'm not talking about the Islamic regime, because they're scum. They're garbage, right? Like the Islamic regime is the enemy of Iran. The Islamic regime has their garbage Allahu Akbar flag. This is a depiction of the lion and sun flag, the one above my head. And this image is going viral because the lion has put his sword down to mourn the passing of Amu Lindsey. Amu means uncle, and we Iranians, we called Senator Lindsey Graham Amu Lindsey because he was one of us. And we Iranians, like, we're very loyal. We're very loyal people. And not just anyone is called Amu, right? Like and I know that there's a lot of cultures that are similar to this as well. Like one of my very, very good friends, she's Guyanese. It's similar in their culture, right? Like if there's someone that you respect a lot, but they're not a member of your family, you call them auntie or uncle, right? So I know, like, in Guyanese culture, so many other cultures as well. I just can't think of it right now. But in many cultures, when you respect and love someone so much that you pretty much incorporate them into your family, you refer to them as auntie or uncle, and that's basically a sign of respect. So the fact that Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world were calling Senator Lindsey Graham Amu Lindsey, aka Uncle Lindsey, that's like the biggest sign of respect. Like that basically means that Senator Lindsey Graham was loved by 85 million Iranians, and he was one of us. He was one of us. So our loss is your loss. And I think this right here, such a beautiful way to honor Senator Lindsey Graham. And like I said, normally, flag alterations I don't like, but I think this one is appropriate, and I think this one is beautiful, and I think this one is meaningful. And absolutely, the lion and sun are mourning right now for the loss of our uncle. We lost Uncle Lindsey. Okay. Apparently there's some breaking news. This is not meant to be a breaking news show, because this is about the life and legacy of Senator Lindsey Graham, but I will share the latest breaking news and boom booms, and then of course we'll go back to Senator Lindsey Graham and your questions and comments. So where were we? Yeah, guys, there are boom booms. Good. First, by the way, I'm glad. Like I hope, I pray that you know, I pray that President Trump just destroys. Just destroy them. Get rid of them. Okay, so what's this? So guys, this is, so you know how like this is actually a very good example. So you know how, wait, sorry, that was my alarm. That was my alarm. So guys, like you know how I usually start my evening live streams around 7:30. So I have my alarm set for like, you know, just before 7:30 to remind me, but of course I started tonight's live stream earlier in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, so we can be together, mourn together, share our fond memories of him, because you know, in times of grief and mourning, it's so important that we come together and get energy from each other, lean on one another. So if you know anyone who is watching, guys, I also want to say, because I know, you know, there's almost like 10,000 people watching right now. If you're watching and, you know, if you've never commented or something like that, but you're tuning in because, you know, you want to be part of the community, you know, now's the time to put out a message. Now's the time to you know, put out a message, because we're a community here and we're leaning on one another. And you know, in times of mourning, one of the best ways to deal with our grief is to rely on one another and to lean on one another. So yeah, that's why I'm going to be here all night for you guys. So we've been going for 3 hours. I'm going to go for at least 3 or 4 more hours. So yeah, we're going to be here together all night. And yeah, tomorrow we'll continue on with the battle. And guys, I just want to give a shout out to my sister, because I just want to say, like, my, you know, usually for those of you who join me on the optional school field trips, so my sister usually does her live streams on Sunday evenings, right? And so she was actually supposed to do her live stream tonight on the Bermuda Triangle. And you know, even though, like, remember, my sister's channel, she's not political, like apolitical, right? Like she focuses on science and all that, right? Like like politics is not her thing. But you know, even though her live stream was scheduled for tonight, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, and you know, commemorating, you know, his life and legacy, she decided to reschedule her live stream to tomorrow evening. So, you know, if anyone can, you know, go show her some love. Show her some love. Wait, StreamYard has lost connection to my... Okay, wait, sorry. What's going on? All right, okay. Anyways, there was some issue with Kick, I guess, but now we're back. But anyways, technical. But anyway, all I want to say is, yeah, go show my sister some love, because she was gonna do her live stream tonight, but in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham passing away, she decided to postpone and reschedule her live stream to tomorrow night. So I'll be joining her tomorrow evening to talk about or to learn. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't know anything about this stuff. It's all science. But you know, we're going to join her tomorrow night to learn about the Bermuda Triangle. So Yeah, just, she's very, very classy person, right? Like she could have easily done her live stream tonight, but in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham passing, she chose to reschedule to tomorrow. And remember, like she's not American, right? But I just want to point that out. So yeah, go show her some love. Because like I said, all Iranians, right? All of us, regardless of whether or not we're Iranian American or Iranians in occupied Iran or wherever, like all Iranians around the world, we're mourning the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. So just a big shout out to Rose for the classy move, the very classy move, right? Yeah, and Texas, very, very thoughtful comment. Thank you, Rose Gamma Ray, for sharing. You know what? Actually, I'm going to, let me see. It was oh yeah, no, I was gonna say that Rose broke the news on our family group chat, but it wasn't. Actually, you know who broke the news on our family group chat? It was my mom. So my mother broke the news about Senator Lindsey Graham's passing in the family group chat. So yeah, my mom is literally on the ball with all of these things. And like I said, all Iranians around the world, we're all upset, we're all mourning. But okay, let me go to some breaking. Oh wait, is she your bio sister or like Iranian sister? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Is she my real sister, or is she like my adopted sister? Which one is it? I don't know. I mean, I've always told her that, yeah, I've always told her that she's adopted. So there you go. I agree, right? Like, I always teased her. There you go. So she's basically like the younger, more attractive version of me, right? So there you go. There you go. But I always teased her. I always teased her. I always teased her. I'm so mean. Guys, I have to be mean. I'm the older sister. It's literally my job to be mean to her. Listen, there's only one person in the okay, I'm going to be very clear about something. There's only one person in the world who's allowed to tease my sister, and that's me. Literally no one else is allowed to tease my sister or, in any way, shape, or form. And my sister literally knows about the various times that, someone has gone after her, and I have gone full nuclear on the people who've gone after my sister, right? So she knows. Anyways, yeah, exactly. Big sister privilege. Big sis. You know what I need to do? You know what? Rose, actually, you know what? We could use because it's been a heavy. Oh yes. I've literally contacted her bullies. Yeah. I'm proud of the fact that I contacted her bullies. Yeah. And guys, I'm not a fighting person. Like I'm not like a violent person, but when it comes to my sister, I've literally contacted her bullies. I remember one time she was being teased. She was being teased on the school bus. And I remember, and she was so she was in like, I don't know, grade 2 or something. And then the people that were teasing her, there was like 3 or 4 people, and they were in grade 8. So that's like what? That's like a 6-year age difference. Okay. So she was like 8 years old. They were like 13, 14 years old, right? And there was like these 3 13, 14-year-olds, and they were bullying her on the school bus. So one time when she was going on the school bus, I followed her, and I literally walked to the back of the school bus where the bullies were, and I looked at them. And so the bullies were 14. I was 15. I was literally 1 year older than them, okay? I was 1 year older than them. And I said to them, if you ever look at my sister in a bad way again, let alone open your mouths to speak to her, I said, if you ever make my sister feel uncomfortable again, I will shove my fist so far down your throat that it's going to come out of your, rear end. That's me. And they stopped bullying her. Did I get a call from my school principal? Yes, I did. Was I told that, this behavior is going to go in my school record? I said, good. I'm glad. That was it. Then they stopped bullying her. Yeah, see? Because you know what? I cannot stand bullies. I will never, ever stop speaking. It's honestly, you know what? It's literally the same reason why I have continued to speak out against the Islamic regime, right? No one can ever force me to stop speaking out about the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime are literally like Islamic bullies. And these bullies are now in control, and they're murdering the Iranian people, right? Someone is saying, please tell me Goldie's sister. It's this one here, the Gamma Ray report. This one right here. So, and by the way, guys, I'm not a fighter. I've never actually been in a real fight. Like my bark is worse than my bite. I'm just very good at like intimidating people, but I've never actually been in a fight. So, but I just know how to deal with bullies. Right? I just know how to deal with them. It's literally, why I make Chunky Yogurt and Anna Banana so angry, right? Like whenever they try to bully me on Pierce Morgan, I just call out their jihadi garbage nonsense, and then they get so angry that they go and literally make videos about me, right? Like they make videos about me or whatever. So all that to say, yes. So go show my sister some love, because she rescheduled her live stream because it was literally supposed to be happening right now, but she rescheduled it to tomorrow in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. Okay, so let me go to some of the more breaking news, and then, like I said, we're going to take a quick reset, and we're going to play the Lord's Prayer, and of course, the Star Spangled Banner, and Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song. All that at the request of his family, who was asking us for their prayers. So we're going to pray together. And again, guys, I just want to say tonight's show, it's not about discussing the cause of death. I know there's a lot of rumors out there, and whatever. There's going to be more than ample time to speak about that in the future. But right now, we're talking about Senator Lindsey Graham. But of course, just some quick breaking news. So, okay, oh my gosh, we have a new quotelet. Hamid Reza Dehgan, Naval Air Defense Officer of the Islamic regime's army, was eliminated in last night's strikes on Jusk, Hormozgan province, Iran. Good, I'm glad. Thank you, America. God bless America. I don't think he's on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet though. Let me double check. Let me pull up the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. I don't think he's on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Where's my Boom Boom Bingo sheet? Okay, here we go. Is he there? Let's see. Wait, what was his name again? Dehgan. Commander Fad. No. So the guy was not on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Bahiti Abdullahi. Okay. Oh no! Wait, no, that's not him. Wait, what was his name again? Wait, where's the post? Hamid Reza Dehgan. No, that's not him. Okay, so this one, this Durka is probably related to the Durka that was exterminated, because this Durka, his name is Hossein, but the one that was exterminated, Khabar Margish, the one that was exterminated, wait, I have too many tabs open. Let me just bring this here. Okay. So the one that was exterminated, his name is Hamid Reza Dehgan. So I would bet that Dehgan is probably related to this Dehgan, right? Because Dehgan is not a very like common last name, right? So this person is probably related to the other one on like the Durka Boom Boom Bingo sheet, right? I like Omid, I like your joke there. Deh gone or dead and gone. Yeah, dead and gone. I like that better. Absolutely. And then of course, Kuwait is dealing with more boom booms from the Islamic regime. This was earlier today. And oh my gosh, look, CENTCOM, guys. So CENTCOM has been community noted, or proposed community noted, by the Durka jihadi Muslims, right? So the Islamic regime a while ago claimed that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Okay, I don't know how they can claim that the Strait of Hormuz is officially closed, because they have no navy or army or anything. Like basically all they have is like some speedboats. I mean, whatever's left of the speedboats, right? Because President Trump ordered CENTCOM to exterminate and boom boom a whole bunch of them, right? So they maybe have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 speedboats left, and of course some, the drones. Remember the Mexican drones where it's like the weird mariachi music, and then the guy with the mask, he's like, oh, loud noises, right? And that's supposed to be scary. That's pretty much all they have left. So even though the Islamic regime claimed that the Strait of Hormuz is officially closed, I don't understand how it can be officially closed. So what CENTCOM responded is that the Strait of Hormuz is open to all vessels seeking to lawfully transit the international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to ensure that freedom of navigation remains available despite unwarranted Iranian, Islamic aggression, harassment, threats, and arbitrary declarations. Iran, Islamic regime does not control the strait. Traffic is flowing. So let's look at so guys, if you are on X and you have not signed up to be a community notes member, you need to do that ASAP, because the community notes is wild. It basically spills all the tea, right? Like I haven't even seen this yet, but you're about to see how like triggered the Durkas are, right? So here you go. Look at this. So this random person, this like Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps declared the strait closed until further notice on July 12 after recent attacks on commercial vessels. Independent live tracking shows minimal activity. 11 ships underway at roughly 13% of normal throughput. Right? So do you see how the Muslim jihadis are triggered? Because they're literally trying to community notes US Central Command, right? Like they basically want people to think that the Islamic regime, which is literally a third world terrorist garbage foreign Arab occupation, they want to claim that this like garbage terrorist scum that's a cancer of the earth is more reliable and trustworthy than the United States, right? So all the terrorist lovers are literally freaking out, trying to like community notes CENTCOM, which is absolutely hilarious, right? Because CENTCOM has checks and balances. The Muslim Nazi Durka jihadi Islamic Muslims don't. So keep that in mind. So yeah, guys, you have to join community notes because it's the cope from the Muslim Nazis is hilarious. Anyway, so there's that. Now, attack conducted. Oh, this was northern Gaza. Good. I'm so happy. Yeah, good. I'm glad. Continue this, right? Look at this. Remember, they're all terrorists, right? So Israel is literally destroying Hamas right now, and so beautiful. I mean, just get rid of the Muslim occupiers, right? Like, they don't belong there anyway. They should go back to like Egypt or Saudi Arabia or I don't know, wherever they're from, right? So go IDF. I'm Yisrael Chai. And remember, guys, you know what? I was actually I was planning a 2-week trip to Israel for the last half of April. So the last half of April, no, Gaza is not the West Bank. No. Gaza is not the West Bank. Gaza is like the little tiny area that's close to Egypt. Anyways, I was supposed to actually do a 2-week trip to Israel, and I was gonna like live stream my whole trip there, like an Iranian visiting Israel or whatever. But I wasn't able to do that because, of course, the conflict started. So, but don't worry, guys, my Israel trip is on hold. And as soon as the conflict is over, I look forward to going to Israel and being there for at least 2 weeks, maybe longer, because honestly, in the middle, the only other country in the Middle East that I would ever travel to aside from Iran is Israel. And I can't wait to go back. I visited Israel once in 2024, and it was literally the best time of my life. Like, I love Israel. I love everything about Israel. And I can't wait to go back. Beautiful country, beautiful people. And I just want to say, when I visited Israel, okay, it felt like I was visiting, I don't want to put Rose on the spot here, but just objectively, I felt like I was visiting my sister's house. Like it was like I was visiting a sibling's house. Okay, so for those of you who have siblings or family members or whatever the case might be, you know how like when you go visit them, you feel comfortable. Like you feel like you're at home, but you also know it's not your home. But it's comfortable enough. It's familiar enough that you feel comfortable and you feel relaxed, right? Because sure, it's not necessarily your home, but you have shared memories. There are photos on the wall of like you and your family member, historical from like way before, right? So there's like shared memories, things like that. The culture and the behavior, pretty much similar. Sure, there's like a few differences here and there, but it's familiar enough, right? So that's exactly, and a lot of people were asking me, like, what does it feel like as an Iranian visiting Israel? Well, as an Iranian visiting Israel, it felt like I was visiting like a family member's house, my sister's house, my relative's house, right? Because I know that it's not my home because, you know, I'm not like a jihadi Muslim Durka, right? Like I'm not going to go there and be like, oh, like re-own Israel. Like that's not what it is. So I know that it's not my home, but I felt comfortable enough because we have a shared history and culture, right? Going back to Cyrus the Great. And there's so many Iranian Jews there, especially many Iranian Jews who had, you know, them and their families had been living in Iran for, you know, thousands of years. But then when the Islamic regime took over, they had to escape and go to Israel. Goldie, do you know what is Gundi? Yeah, so yes, I do. The only reason, guys, the only reason I know what is Gundi is because when I was visiting Israel 2 years ago, I was invited by this amazing Iranian Jewish family for Shabbat, and they made Gundi. And up until that point, I didn't know what Gundi is. But now I know what Gundi is, and it's delicious. So for all the Iranians watching, Gundi is kind of like kufte. It's so Gundi, it's like a giant meatball. It's a giant meatball, and I think it's made with like chicken or something. Like it's kosher. It's kosher. No. Gundi. Gundi is what Iranian Jews call like a giant meatball, and it's kind of like made in like a soup or something. So yeah, exactly. Veterans. So an Iranian visiting Israel is like visiting a cousin you haven't seen since childhood. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is. So yeah, like and honestly, like everywhere that I went in Israel, like as soon as people were like, "Oh, you're Iranian," and then they would just give me a big hug and like, you have to come. Like, guys, I'm telling you, everywhere I went, people were like, we want to give you free stuff, and I'm like, no, you can't. Like, I'm like, I will pay for this gladly. So and my gosh, guys, the best falafel that I've ever had, the best falafel, the best hummus, the best food outside of Iran. I mean, I'm biased, right? So I'm gonna say Iranian food is number one because I'm, you know, that's just, I'm biased. But Israeli food, Israeli cuisine, oh my gosh, like absolutely amazing. So good, so good. And I had so much fun partying, not just with Israelis, but with Iranian Jews who had escaped the Islamic regime and gone to Israel. So, oh my, you did not try hummus in Israel? You're missing out. Oh my gosh. The hummus in Israel is literally the best. Literally the best. Okay, so let me wait, is 2C going live at 8 p.m.? Let me just check this, because if 2C is going live at 8 p.m., that will give me a little bit of an opportunity to take a quick break. Let me just look this up. Okay. If let me see, is it about Okay. So 2C has some breaking. Oh no, I know. Southern cooking is great too. Southern cooking is, I know that. I know Southern cooking is great too. I get that. But all I'm saying is at some point I look forward to going back to Israel. And like I said, I was supposed to go in April, but of course with the you know, the boom booms, and I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining because I cannot wait to go visit Israel when Israel is free. And yeah, 2C's going live in about 7 minutes. So okay, so what I'm gonna do is, oh, someone supered me about 2C. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, let me go to your questions and comments really quickly. George W. Bush. Okay, you know what? I can't do this right now. I'm going to, if I read these right now, I'm going to forget. So, push-ups, thank you. I will get to George Bush's statement after 2CTV. And yes, Scotty, you mentioned 2C live in 22 minutes. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, I will get to all your questions and comments. So, so 2C is going to begin soon. I have 2C ready to go, and the caption is Iran Army soldiers flee HQ. U.S. strikes IRGC nuclear town. So I have this live stream ready and willing to go. While we're waiting for that to begin, I think what I would like to do, well, I know what I would like to do is in honor of the wishes of Senator Lindsey Graham's family, his family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. So, out of respect for the wishes of Senator Lindsey Graham's family, I'm going to play the Lord's Prayer, and then I'm going to play the U.S. national anthem, and then I'm going to play and I'm going to play Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song, and then we're going to go to 2CTV, and that's going to give me a little bit of a break. So I ask all of you, regardless of, what religion you are, or, whether or not you believe in God or not, out of respect for Senator Lindsey Graham, just, please take a moment of silence, and let's just take a moment to honor Senator Lindsey Graham. You can either follow along with the Lord's Prayer or not. But let's just take a moment to honor Senator Lindsey Graham in whatever way you think is necessary or appropriate.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. Star stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of our brave.
God bless Senator Lindsey Graham. God bless President Trump. God bless America. God bless everyone except for Muslim Nazi terrorists. We have a few minutes before 2C starts. I'll probably have to cut this short, but until 2C begins, here's Senator Lindsey. Sorry, guys. We'll play the song after.
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we have some breaking news coming from the Middle East as the United States military have launched fresh strikes. This is now a large operation in the central and western parts of Iran. The army of the Islamic Republic have now fled the headquarters and their main bases, as they've been told to basically evacuate because they believe that the Americans might start to target those areas. And there is a lot happening in terms of the IRGC's retaliation and what level of damage they've caused. Tiny level of damage. And of course, we will get your reaction live as usual. This is going to be a bumpy road, let's just say, this live stream. There's a lot from the southern parts of Iran. The attacks also are coming from Kuwait. The United States Army are now getting involved and are launching directly from Kuwait, not just the fighter jets or potential bombers or anything like that. First, we're going to give you guys the interactive map to show you, roughly speaking, where the initial explosion started. Of course, the southern parts, like Bandar Abbas, you can see on the map, that's the main port. That's already been hit. Again, Bushehr, which is the nuclear city, has been hit. Chabahar over here, Sirik, Jask, all these coastal points have already been hit. But tonight, we also have some additional strikes over here. We have some around here, Kerman again, and also not too far from Tehran, and I believe a few in Kermanshah, and again nearby as well. The whole of Iran is now being targeted. Various points are being added. These are not just your standard IRGC positions, because for the past few weeks, since Pakistan's peace deal was signed. Do you remember Pakistan brokering the peace deal? We had a lot of retaliations back and forth. This is different now. Obviously, the last couple of days, this is a large-scale attack. We've had the Americans essentially hitting ballistic missile launchers or drone carriers, anything that was basically targeting international vessels or Arab countries, they were hitting them. Then they started hitting naval bases, air defense systems, but now everything else is getting targeted as well. We've had infrastructure getting hit. We've had the nuclear city getting hit. We are having another nuclear town getting targeted. It's a small village, basically. It's just built for, at this point, the nuclear facility not far from Arak. We're going to go to that in a second. But first, let's go to Kuwait. As the first video we have for you guys shows the United States Army launching tactical ballistic missiles from the M142, high mobility artillery rocket systems, or the HIMARS, from Kuwait towards Iran.
قاعد تنطلق من الكويت على أرض إيران الحبيبة. طفى راح العبادان.
So yeah, the strikes, the positions of the airstrikes are getting expanded massively. But as I said, the most important thing is the type of places that are getting places. By the way, the base that you're using tonight in Kuwait in order to launch, it's fascinating because do you remember the beginning of the war, or before the war started, the Arab states were terrified, right? And they were saying, we're not even going to allow the Americans to use our countries to take off, to launch, to do anything, let alone to actually directly attack the Islamic Republic. And but not only they allowed eventually the Americans to still be based in Kuwait, in Bahrain, UAE, other places, the three main countries right now next to Iran are allowing the Americans to directly attack from there, primarily Kuwait, but also Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. This base that you just saw, the interesting thing about this is that this is a former United Nations base camp. Obviously, the UN has been kicked out. And this is in Abdali in Kuwait. Abdali used to be the UN base camp, but it's now under the control of the United States. President Trump, before we started getting this massive large-scale attack that you're getting right now so far, and apparently more cities and towns are being added to it over the last few minutes, we did notice a bit of an indication. President Trump posted this on social media. Yep, it's just a normal photo showing a B-2 and also a B-1 bomber on Truth Social in response to the Islamic Republic effing around in the Strait of Hormuz and targeting more international vessels. Now we're in the find out phase. They effed around, they're now finding out. The biggest update so far tonight is that the Islamic regime in Iran has ordered the full evacuation of headquarters at all the army positions and main bases across Iran, or as they call it, Artesh. This is not the IRGC military. This is the regular army, the Islamic Republic's main army. And the evacuations obviously at this point indicates that they are anticipating that the United States begins to target the conventional military sites. And obviously we've had a lot of attacks on the IRGC. If we are going to get to a point where the Americans are also hitting the army, and they did it before, obviously, during the war, then that would mean that the Islamic Republic's either intel is actually still up to date, or their common sense is still there. Because if they have a feeling the Americans are going to escalate these things and actually target the army bases, which is important, because obviously if hypothetically we get to a point where there is going to be a scenario of some level of ground troops invading parts of Iran, then those army bases are crucial for the Islamic regime. And if they lose those things, then it's going to be very difficult to mobilize. Even if all the soldiers are still alive, obviously they are now fleeing their headquarters. They're going to be hiding somewhere. I don't know where. They're probably going to bed. But it's not really just about having the soldiers alive. You need to be able to rally the troops, have some level of base somewhere, some sort of command center, and otherwise they're just going to have to use tents in the middle of desert at this point, and it's going to be out in the open. It's slightly difficult. The IRGC do not trust the regular army to be using the IRGC's secret facilities. Obviously, they have underground sites and bunkers and things like that. You're not going to get the army being allowed to go in there, although desperate times, you never know at this point. Earlier on, the US also hit a number of military sites and also assets around the Strait of Hormuz, including the Qeshm Island, the big island in the south of Iran. Let's quickly go to that moment and then come back. I think we have what? All right, let's just quickly watch. Yes, there we go. We got it. And there's some breaking news coming in, which I'm going to verify quickly because I think this is it's escalating fast, pretty fast. The Americans have now said that in the south they have been targeting missile infrastructure, air defense systems, and the IRGC's fast boats, the speedboats basically, that have been positioned. So more speedboats are getting, the official term is fast boats, but fast attack boats, sorry. But they're kind of like speedboats. The fast attack boats, more of them are getting destroyed tonight, those that are out there in the sea. And I think we can now confirm, the US has just decided to, and successfully managed to destroy another telecommunications tower near Sirik, which is right by the Strait of Hormuz. It's in this area. And the air defense systems have already been disabled, and the US fighter jets have successfully now destroyed the telecoms towers in that area. Now, obviously, these type of tactical strikes are very important if you are planning to do something bigger later on. We have a video for you guys from Kermanshah, which is in the western parts of Iran, showing the air defense systems being activated, clearly trying to bring down the attacks. So you can see there the white dots. And we do have a footage of the Islamic Republic targeting Kuwait earlier today. And apparently they hit 2 positions in Kuwait. Let's watch this. Oh, no. Quick correction. Obviously, unlike the mainstream media, if we do make a mistake, we do apologize and we do correct it. The clip you saw just before this one, I'll bring it up again. That was from Kuwait. This is from the southern parts of Iran. Let me just bring it back on. It's all happening fast. It's not my fault. So this, let's go back to it. This is Kuwait. Yep. And this is Iran. The reason for the confusion was because they look similar. They look exactly the same location, but it's not. Slightly deserty. Anyway, let's have a look. I think, yeah. What? So, I literally said 5 minutes ago, the Islamic Republic may have been correct about the army headquarters and the army bases, because the United States has now started to hit the army headquarters in Ahvaz. So, there we go. Right down here, they are getting targeted. We are going to get some updates on this to find out what level of damage. So that's the arrow. That's the location of the army bases in Ahvaz, in the southwestern parts of Iran. Scroll back so you can see the overall location compared to the rest of the country. So southwest of Iran, Ahvaz, we are now getting the army facilities getting struck by the US Air Force. Although, again, it's either the US Air Force or the US military from Kuwait directly launching. So the Americans are hitting from different angles and using different things. So it takes a few minutes to figure out which one was which. Which one was the US Navy, which one was the US Air Force and the army that are based in the Arab states. Earlier today, we reported the death of Senator Lindsey Graham. The news traveled fast to Iran, despite media restrictions, although the Islamic Republic state media themselves reported it and gloated and basically somehow claimed credit for Lindsey Graham's death. People in Iran are reacting to this. People inside Iran are writing on walls on the streets of Iran, "Uncle Lindsey, your memory will always live in the heart of Iranians." Let's watch this. There we go. The people of Iran, obviously, they supported Lindsey Graham because he was backing them. And this is the message from the Iranian people. That's nice. Your memory will always live in the heart of Iranians. Immortal God, it says, long live Iran, long live the king. Yeah. Yeah, in the end of the video, he said, we are the immortal God, and long live Iran, long live the king. Beautiful tributes. Of course, in the middle of a war, people in Iran are still brave enough to do these things. Anyway, we're going to go back. I think Desful is getting hit. Is it? Oh, yes. Okay, so this is now confirmed. I heard about this just before the live stream, but we have verified this. We can now confirm that U.S. strikes just targeted the 4th tactical fighter base in Desful in the western parts of Iran, which is right here. So we got explosions added to this point as well. This is important, obviously. Apparently, according to our sources, they may have carried out, again, we'll verify this, the second part, they may have carried out these strikes in Desful using bunker busters. If they have used bunker busters, obviously that's an escalation on a different level in terms of the capabilities. But we do know that in Desful, down here, they do have the secret facilities and the underground bases. We don't know what they're hiding in there, obviously, but the Americans do know. So they have now been hitting Desful in the western parts of Iran. I will double check the report about the bunker busters. Obviously, if they are targeting underground facilities, they're going to have to use bunker busters like they did back in March and April. But we'll find out. We have another video coming in from Khuzestan. This is the motorway in Ahvaz, just outside of Ahvaz. Again, I'll show you on the map in a second, but let's quickly go watch the video. Smoke coming out. So yeah, I mean, it's not the best quality, but you can see the explosion behind it. For the record, that's not the sun. It's nighttime. So, and yeah, you can see the smoke. There we go. So if I pause it for a second, so that the darker bits, that's basically the smoke on top of near the motorway. You can just about see the explosion. There we go. That's the fire. There we go. That's the fire in distance. It's not again, people in Iran don't expect them to find the best angles. If they find an opportunity to film as evidence these sort of explosions or strikes, they're going to do whatever they can, and it's going to be not always that quite clear. But there's a report. We will have to wait for the Islamic Republic state media to confirm this, because somebody may have been eliminated. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to wait 2 minutes. We'll just double check in this. We'll get the... Okay. Get some reaction quickly. Edna says, here's to hoping your move to America is solved and we see you and your wife here soon. Thank you so much. I'll give you an update soon on that. Thanks, guys. Dagenham Dave, slightly off topic, but I've been wondering if Whoville is the capital of... It's not Khuzestan. It's Khuzestan. No, naughty Dave. Thank you, Michael, for membership. Are you guys giving out YouTube memberships? Stop doing that. I've always keep saying, okay, YouTube and Google, they have memberships like under every channel. So underneath the channel, it says join. Don't join. Keep telling. That's controlled by YouTube. You're wasting your money and you're not going to get anything. I mean, we will get a cut, but there's no point because there's no benefit to you. If you want to support us, it's probably best for you to get something out of it. I don't believe in charity or giving your money to YouTube instead. The best thing you can do is become a member of 2CTV Plus. 2CTV Plus, obviously 2CTV is on YouTube right here. It's free. You can watch it now. 2CTV Plus is our own independent website. At the bottom of the screen, you can see. Become a member of 2C TV Plus by visiting 2c.tv. Go there, join. If you join as an annual member, you'll get 1 month free. And you get full access to documentaries, our interviews, original series, and the chat forum that we have if you want to talk to me and like-minded people. It's separate from YouTube, but you get full access to the channel and the 2C TV app. So download the 2C TV app, get full access, and watch everything else that we have. So yeah, don't join on YouTube. It's just a waste. I don't want you to waste your money for no reason. All right, so I think we can, this is now apparently confirmed, but not by the Islamic Republic state media. There is an elimination in Ahvaz. They've hit the airport in Ahvaz, which is again right here in Khuzestan, in the southwestern parts of Iran. We'll add another explosion. There we go, right here. Omran Aghili, apparently the head of the Special Operations Communications Unit, has just been killed at the Ahvaz International Airport. Again, we will wait for the IRIB or the Islamic regime's state media to make the announcements. Sometimes they take days, sometimes they take half a day. So it depends, obviously, really. It really depends on their mood. Although, I mean, this guy was important, so it's probably going to take... I mean, their own supreme leader, we still haven't heard from him. It's been months. Is he alive? Is he dead? But you never know. Right, okay. We have a statement from the Islamic Republic's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Oh dear, what are they saying now? Yep, breaking news. They are now once again, I don't know why they're doing this, but they are threatening the Arab states. I'm not sure if there's a point to threatening the Arab states when you are already attacking the Arab states. It doesn't really work that way. But according to the foreign ministry in Iran, they said, we have been warning for months not to become a playground for the enemy. Our patience has run out. Well, to be fair, that's not really a warning. That's more like a statement that we've run out of patience. We're going to hit you more. So yes, this is primarily addressing Kuwait, the UAE, and Bahrain, and a little bit Qatar, because the IRGC did launch missiles at the state of Qatar late last night and earlier this morning. And we are getting another explosion. Where is this one? Oh, yes, this is it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's now confirmed that the nuclear town in Khondab has been hit. This is the tiny place outside of Iraq. I'll show you on the map, which is basically just the home to Iran's 40 megawatt nuclear facility. And it's a heavy water nuclear facility. Also, I wonder, I think I remember this getting targeted before a few months ago, slightly damaged, but I think they've hit it. Yeah, so they've hit it now again. I'm just going to show you quickly so you know where we are talking about. It's the one up here. There we go. So Arak is here. So obviously that's Arak. And it's just outside of here. Wait. I've lost that. There we go. It's just, there we go. There we go. It's here. So that's where the nuclear site is located. There we go. That's the yellow thing, as you can see. And let's go back. So that's been targeted. Also, there is we have received the video footage from the Islamic regime's state TV showing the ballistic missiles that they have launched towards Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and also Oman. They have targeted Oman. Let's quickly go to that footage from the state media. And so this is the blurry version, but I think you get the gist of it. And then we're going to get some more reaction in the live chats until we get some more updates. Ongoing developments continue. And by the way, I've done you a favor because this usually has sound from the state TV, but it's usually just nonsense with music in the background and rah, rah, rah. So I've decided not to put that on. Okay, so we have the videos. We have the videos from the airport outside of Ahvaz. This is where the head of the special ops was allegedly eliminated. I'll get that ready for you guys while you watch this. And there is an image. This is crazy. Right. Okay. And there was some fake news or speculation about somewhere else, about Khuzestan. I'll get back to that in a second. But let me just show this, the image first, then we're going to go to the videos we've just received from the airport that has been hit by the Americans. Tonight is on a whole different level. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the latest image we've just received from the airport in Ahvaz, just outside of Ahvaz in Khuzestan, the one I mentioned in the southwestern parts of Iran. We don't know what they've been hitting in that place yet, apart from obviously the tactical unit. So that was already, I think this is a different, there might be different facilities in this area as well, but it's a big hit. So I'm just going to prepare the videos for you guys we've just received from this location, and hopefully we can get more reaction quickly. Let's go to the southwest of Iran. So I don't know what that was, but also there is another. I think we have some excitable people in this video. In a second, it's going. Well, I don't know what's going on with this, but let's go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I think they were excited, but it was. It wasn't quite clear what they were saying because it was on fast forward. But we will obviously we have to be objective and show you the other side as well. The IRGC's attacks on the Arab states at the same time. Before we get to that, so let's quickly go to you guys in the live chat, get some quick reactions. Linda says, how are the true Iranian people holding up, and are they still being targeted by the damn devil IRGC? Yeah, I mean, they still have checkpoints. They still raid people's homes, and it's wartime conditions. So it's still the same thing as before. You've had people are struggling in Iran. IRGC equals Islamic regime. Greg is coming for you. That's not bad. You have to be kind of liberal with the rephrasing of the IRGC, but that's not too bad. Yes. So let's quickly tell you guys the breaking news. The IRGC have now today started to target the oil infrastructure in the Persian Gulf, in the Arab states. Earlier today, Kuwait confirmed that 3 of the border posts in the northern parts of the country, and also an oil platform offshore, were hit in attacks by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. 1 oil worker has been injured. Nobody has been killed, because most of the missiles and drones were intercepted anyway. There was debris and everything else, but there has been some material damage that has been reported. Kuwait and other countries remain on full alert every minute, every hour, anything could happen. But the Islamic regime, thanks to the anti-Western new media grifters in the West, the likes of Tucker and all the other weirdos, and these days Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, they have been pumping out this fake news, which is absolutely insane. You can't just randomly spread fake news without the evidence. But they claimed that 3 American soldiers were killed in Kuwait by the strikes that were launched from Iran. We have double-checked with Pentagon. The U.S. Central Command has said that there are 0 evidence and reports of U.S. service members getting killed or injured in the region. All U.S. personnel are accounted for. So none of that is true. And we do have to talk about the assassination threats and plots on President Trump. Obviously, with all the speculations around Lindsey Graham's heart attack, there have been a lot of people who shifted the focus, obviously, towards President Trump, because over the last few days, the Islamic Republic once again decided to make it more public, their plans to take out the president. Obviously, they've tried a couple of times over the last couple of years. They failed. And they kind of stopped talking about it, but now they brought it back, that the mission is to kill President Trump. Meanwhile, you still have people like Tucker Carlson and his people saying that the Islamic Republic is not the enemy of the United States. It's fascinating. You got a regime that says that they want to, well, they say death to America anyway, but they also want to assassinate your president. But they also tried at least twice, but now 3 times, because what we reported earlier on about the president's trip to Turkey last week, a few days ago, for the meeting with the other world leaders, there is more information on that, because President Trump had to randomly, apparently, last minute, switch his plane. He came on the Qatari plane, the one that was gifted by Qatar. They switched it last second when they returned to America. We now have more reports by intelligence that the Islamic regime did intend to assassinate President Trump during his trip to Turkey, because obviously they have connections in Turkey. It's quite easy. It's right next door. And there's a lot of elements in Turkey that obviously not necessarily directly connected to Erdogan, because Erdogan is a member of NATO, but there are others in Turkey. The foreign intelligence services did discover the plot and informed the US officials. And obviously, President Trump's plane was replaced for the return flight back to the White House. So we can technically call this a 3rd assassination plot that has failed once again, because the IRGC are a bunch of amateur idiots. So, do we have another video from Kuwait? The Americans launching directly from Kuwait, not necessarily from the aircraft carriers. Launch of their ground-based missiles, once again, earlier tonight, from Kuwait by the US. It's very blurry. You can see the white dot. That's basically, that's the evidence. Now, I think we can quickly go to the capital. Yeah, Tehran. We are once again receiving updates. Oh, hello, up here. Fighter jets activity around the capital of Iran in the northern parts of the country. And also anti-aircraft activity, so air defense systems. So this is the 2nd night in a row. Last night we showed you guys some videos and sound from the capital, but nothing came out of it. So we're not really sure exactly what's happening in Tehran. We are obviously assuming that the sounds of jets are the Islamic Republic. It's their own aircrafts. But and also the air defense, we believe that it's just air defense drills. They are just basically warming up and practicing just in case. They are waiting for the Americans to get to the capital. There are speculations it may have been drones that were launched from inside the country. It could be the Immortal Guard, it could be Mossad, it could be anybody. There's so many enemies of the Islamic regime on the Iranian soil. But I think logic would still suggest, based on the fact that last night nothing came out of it, logic would probably suggest that it was an air defense drill and it's happening again. And the jet sound is the Islamic Republic. As I mentioned last night, if the American bombers are going to go to the capital, you're not going to just hear the sound. You're going to hear the boom first. The bang is going to come, and then you're going to hear the sound of the U.S. Air Force. A United States official has now said that in Iran, you should expect a bigger wave of American attacks against the Islamic regime's military targets for the rest of the night until at least tomorrow. So this is now, it's been a few days now in a row. It's been, I think, a week now, probably, just less than a week. Every single day, Americans have been hitting the IRGC, and they are just scrambling around. They're not doing too well right now. I mean, considering that the army's main bases are now being evacuated, it doesn't really show the Islamic Republic winning. Winners don't run away. But okay, just a quick reaction again from you guys. What's this? Justin, Lindsey Graham died. Yes, we did get some of the details of that. They're going to do more detailed autopsy as well. But I still love how the IRGC took them 30 seconds to randomly claim responsibility. Like, oh, okay. Not even Russia, the IRGC. It would be a great time for the Immortal Guard to take over these bases. They can't do that. If they could be assured by the US, they won't hit the base. Yes, if. But it's not really an easy situation right now. Things are still basically uncertain because of the way the war is going. So nobody knows what the next move from the US is going to be. So everybody's on standby. Julian says, is Tucker Carlson sane? No. Although if you ask Ben Shapiro, he would say he is sane and it's all an act. He's just a grifter. He's just basically pretending. Because it's business for people like him. Again, don't forget, Tucker Carlson's a mainstream media hack. Just because he left the mainstream channels doesn't mean he's not mainstream. He was trained by them, and he's still the same sort of character. This is more than the end of the Islamic regime in Iran. This is the beginning of the end of Shia Islam. Yeah, I mean, after what happened in Iraq a few years back, and now the Islamic regime losing Iran as obviously their occupied land. Yeah, Shia Islam is in huge, huge trouble because they are already a minority in the Islamic world. So I don't know where they're going to go. Is Greg related to Bill the Goats? A United States Navy official mascot? No, not related, unfortunately. I've lost all hope for regime change. Well, I don't care. It's not really about you losing hope or having hope. It's not a video game. This is people's lives. Millions and millions and millions in the Middle East, but also in the United States. But in terms of the regime change, obviously, it's more about directly people in Iran and in the region. It's not really about how we feel. Facts don't care about our feelings. The reality is still happening on the ground. Again, Iran is a big country, so whoever thought that this is going to be a 2-week or 3-week sort of operation is also a little bit cuckoo, in the words of President Trump. Masha is getting hit, and 1 dead, 4 injured. According to the Islamic regime, the person who was killed was just a security guard at the facility. Sure. Okay, but that's what they're saying. And crazy stuff. Absolute insanity. Right. Let me just get some non-super chats as well. I haven't forgotten about you guys. My question is, with all this bombing and destruction, are there any IRGC soldiers being taken out? A few, well, we just had one. Apparently it was a security guard. A few get taken out, but the rest, again, they all go into hiding. That the problem is, that's why the US had to basically, at the time in April, they had to basically pause, because just dropping bombs is not going to be wiping out the IRGC. It will wipe out the infrastructure and the military bases and things like that. But these guys, the individuals, are just going to go into hiding. So the best situation is, yes, weaken the regime so they will crumble from within. And that's why the Americans basically stepped back for a while until now, because they could see the split inside the regime, the infighting, and they just allowed it to continue. And it's been getting worse and worse. Nobody knows who's actually in charge. But if you ask the IRGC guys, they would say the head of the IRGC, Ahmad Vahidi, is in charge. If you ask the government, they say, well, nobody says the president, because nobody cares about him. They probably would say Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of Parliament. Yeah, the Speaker of Parliament is basically having more influence on the government than the president of the country. And if you ask the clerics, they would say, yeah, the Ayatollah, the gay Ayatollah, Mustafa Khomeini, who we don't know where he is, or at this point what he looks like. He could look like this. So, but that has been a big problem for the regime. And the more this continues, dropping bombs is not going to destroy the regime, but it can actually just weaken it to a point where they will crumble from within. And again, that will be the opportunity at the end for the people to take to the streets. But for now, the regime is getting paralyzed. They are not in control. And the Americans are just basically, they have been taking it easy because they were not in a rush. But now the Americans have been forced to accelerate because the IRGC are itching for it. They keep poking the bear because they know, as I've been saying for weeks and weeks, ceasefire, which is not a real ceasefire that we had, was damaging the Islamic regime more than the airstrikes. Because the ceasefire and the fake negotiations was creating the uncertainty and huge division inside the regime. You had half of them saying, don't even negotiate. The other half was saying, you need to assassinate Trump. The other half was saying, we need to destroy the Arab states. And the other side was saying, maybe we should de-escalate. Whereas when you force your enemy, in this case, the enemy of the Islamic regime is the United States or Israel. When you force them back into the all-out conflict situation, that phase, then you can use that as the external factor, saying, all right, everybody in the regime, you all have your opinions, you all want to be king, let's unite. The enemy is here, let's fight together. So when obviously the war begins again, like now, there is a bit of unity, or at least theoretically that should be the case, like basic human psychology. But these days, at least the so-called hardliners are slightly quieter. They're not really fully attacking the other side of the regime. They're just basically planning to assassinate the president of the United States. So, idiots. Absolute lunatics. Okay, and Pakistan here and supports free Iran. Sorry, Fatima. Fatima. Oh, I forgot about Fatima. Good. Yeah, the good Pakistanis should call out the weird Pakistanis like Fatima. For those who don't know Fatima, she was a troll that was always on the live streams. She was apparently Fatima from Pakistan, but I think it was just some sort of fat guy, ginger probably. I don't know who's in charge. No one is, says Carter. Yeah. Luckner, who's Luckner? Oh, is that the agenda-free guy thing? Yeah. Luckner is distributing Zionist lies. Zionist lies? And as a publisher of 15,000 loser viewers, Tusi has 60,000 plus viewers and is leading the way to truth. What are Zionist lies? What is that? Like, what? Hang on. So wait, Agenda Free TV is now no longer just doing the anti-Western propaganda. Is he supporting Israel? So what's going on here? I think that comment was probably mistyped, right? I don't know. Drop the 92nd, 101st into those empty bases and just sit there. That way the Iranian army can't get back in. Again, you're dealing with a different type of regime. In Iran, they're not fighting like normal people. They hide in bunkers and underground cities, missile cities. They launch from there. They could even hit their own country. They don't care. If you have a few American soldiers at some sort of army base, they're going to get hit by the IRGC. They don't care. They don't care about Iran. They would hit their own country. So you're going to have to find a way to bring down that threat. The threat of the missile launchers and the drone carriers and things like that. They need to wipe that out even more, even further. And you're gonna the only solution is not necessarily just going to be military level. It's going to be a political solution. Politically speaking, the regime will have to crumble from within. So pressure needs to continue. Not necessarily airstrikes, just pressure. The fact that the war is still ongoing, even if you're not striking them, the war is still ongoing. Iran, as a country, has not gone back to normal since the 28th of February. It's absolute insanity. Like the markets don't work, the economy doesn't work, the infrastructure is a mess, resources lacking, there is nobody in charge, nobody cares about the president, the gay Ayatollah is missing. It's a bit of a mess. Obviously, in the middle of this, people in Iran are suffering, but it's war. And that a lot of them did know, 47 years of this dictatorship, that when the time comes, like now, that you're trying to remove this cancer from Iran, it's going to be messy, it's going to be dirty, it's going to be long. Too many cooks spoil the broth is now the IRGC's motto of governance. Yeah, and you can actually see the performance compared to even February, March, or last year, June 2025. They seemed, definitely this time, they seemed more organized relatively. Last time, their biggest weapon was the missiles that they were launching at Israel and the Arab states. This time round, their biggest weapon was the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, after the memorandum of understanding phase, we're not getting a good performance from the Islamic regime. You know, they are launching a handful of missiles and drones. 99% are getting intercepted. They're not even brave enough to target Israel. It's been days. It's actually technically it's been a couple of weeks since it's been heating up, but it's been a week, right? They've been hitting Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, even Jordan, right? Last night. Not Israel. Because they are terrified. Like, obviously they're on the defensive. They are being attacked, right? By America, by Israel. Both times. But they were still performing better than this. They are so scared of targeting Israel because they know the IDF will go in, and the IDF has no boundaries at this point. They're just going to target everything. So all the bases and everything else will go. So they know that while they are barking like crazy dogs and saying, well, we're going to assassinate President Trump. Oh, we already assassinated Lindsey Graham. Like, okay. They know right now they are not ready for others to join. They are not ready for Israel to join. They're not ready for Saudi Arabia to join. They haven't hit Saudi this time. They hit Saudi a lot in March, end of February, March, that period. So, oh, another airport is getting hit. That's the second airport. Yeah, Khuzestan again. What is going on down here? It's down. Where are we? Yep, down here. There we go. More explosions around this part with the airport. So if you look at the map, this is the state of affairs right now. And that's the ones that we have verified. These are the ones that we know. There are more strikes. They're definitely down here. But the ones that we have obviously showed you, and with the evidence of images and videos and the reports, these are on the map, the ones that they have a specific target. They're not just missile launchers or air defense systems, or they fast boats, whatever they have, fast attack boats. So that's basically the latest from that, and there will be more. As I said, oh yes, there we go. This person corrected the initial comment. Didn't mean to put the Zionist bit up there. Totally effed up that one. Yeah, I was going to say that made no sense. That was the original comment. Looking at distributing lies, and so Zionist lies. I was like, what? That's agenda free. How many viewers does he have now? Let's have a look, guys. Let's look at the competition. Actually, it's not competition. Yeah, you guys got 15,000. That's not bad. 15,000. We have 60,000 views. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We will always try to be as thorough as possible and try to be entertaining in the middle of a doom and gloom phase of the world. And our sources will continue to help us. And big shout out to the rest of the 2CTV team for helping us. If you want to support the channel, do not click on that join nonsense on YouTube. Not going to get anything. Become a member of 2CTV Plus by visiting our official website, 2c.tv. The details is also on the screen at the bottom. Don't forget to download the 2CTV app. I'm Maya 2C, and we are the media.
Okay, we are back after that live breaking news update from 2C. So I hope everyone went and followed his channel and supported him, because 2C is always doing amazing. And yeah, okay, let's do a reset, guys. Let's do a reset. So like I mentioned earlier, tonight's live stream is focused on Senator Lindsey Graham and honoring his memory, his life, and his legacy. So I also want to get to Fox News at 9 o'clock. That's happening in about 7 minutes or so. So let's just do a reset. And yes, guys, I was watching 2C TV while even though you couldn't see me on the screen, but I was watching 2C because he always has the latest breaking news. And I don't know what time it is in the UK right now, like what, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. or something. So look at him, he's literally up at 3 a.m. Okay, so I want to get to Fox News breaking at 9 because I just want to see what they're going to say. So let's just do a reset. And of course, in honor of, in honor of the request from Senator Lindsey Graham's family, they will, they appreciate prayers and they ask for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. So let's all pray. Take a moment to pray for Senator Lindsey Graham. And then I'm going to play the Star Spangled Banner. And then I'm going to play Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song. Oh, hope I had a nice rest. I wasn't resting. I actually, Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, I wasn't resting. I was looking up the latest news. But yeah, let's go to the Lord's Prayer, and then the Star Spangled Banner, and then Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song, and then we're going to tune in to Fox News. So, and the Lord's Prayer is, of course, at the request of his family, asking for and saying that they appreciate prayers. So, regardless of what religion you are, we can all we're all members of humanity. We're all members of humanity. Actually, you know what? Let me share this poem with you before I get to the Lord's Prayer. I want to share this poem from this. So this is the most famous Iranian poem, and this poem was written by a famous Iranian poet called Saadi. When I was a teenager, I had the honor of visiting Saadi's shrine. And Saadi, back in the 13th century, he wrote a poem called Bani Adam. If Adam looks familiar, you got English speaking people will read that as Adam. That's because the name Adam in Persian means people. And Bani Adam means sons of Adam, or human beings. And that's because, of course, in the Bible, and I believe in, I mean, guys, I'm not a religious person, so I'm not going to say, but I believe in other religions as well. Is it true? Hebrew as well? Okay, I thought so. I just didn't want to assume. So thank you, Jeremy Mott, for confirming that. So Adam is not only the name of Adam from Adam and Eve, but human beings. So this is a poem called Sons of Adam. And Bani Adam is actually a poem that is inscripted on the entranceway to the entrance of the United Nations. And again, like I'm not a fan of the UN, but back when the UN was, actually a useful organization. So this is the poem. I'm going to read it in Persian, and then I'll translate it to English. So the poem comes from Saadi's book, The Golistan. Okay, and Golistan is a landmark of Persian literature. So think of how Shakespeare's works are landmarks of English literature. Yeah, Golistan is similar to Shakespeare's works. It's like our version of Shakespeare's works. And Saadi is considered one of the greatest medieval Persian poets. So he wrote this poem. I'm going to read it in Persian, and then I'll read it in English. So بنی آدم اعضای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار، دگر عضوا را نمانند قرار. تو که از منت دیگران بیغمی، نشاید که نامت نهند آدمی. So, human beings, this is the translation of this poem. Human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. So for those of you who have been watching earlier, for those of you who've been watching earlier, and I shared footage from the Islamic regime celebrating Senator Lindsey Graham's passing. And they were, congratulating the Iranian nation, blah, 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 right? But they mean the Durkas, right? The Durkas are congratulating the Durkas. Okay, wait, sorry, we're starting. Oh my gosh, it's Mark Levin.
In 2021, American Marxism. It's here. American Marxism has made great progress towards instituting its goals over the last several years. If it is to be defeated, as it must, albeit a daunting and complex mission, its existence must first be acknowledged and labeled for what it is. The urgency of the moment must be realized, and the emergence of a united, patriotic front and/or disputatious societal, cultural, and political factions and forces, which have in common their belief that America is worth defending, must immediately galvanize around and rally to the cause. That's us. That's exactly what we're going to do. See you next time on Life, Liberty, and Levin.
Oh no, we missed Mark Levin. Okay, I'll share Mark Levin tomorrow.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Trey Goldie, and it's Sunday night in America. Speaking of make or break, take your jacket off, go back and finish your round of golf. Thank you for getting off the course and joining us tonight. I'll see you soon.
In South Carolina, where we live, you try this crap here, you're going to go to jail if you're lucky. You better watch it. Donald Trump is coming.
Well, do me a favor, tell him thank you for whatever he said about me this morning, and it got me invited to my mom's house for Christmas. Otherwise, I was going to have to go play golf with you.
I pray and hope that 2026 will be
Oh my God.
the year that we make Iran great again.
Feel free to Venmo me the money that you lost to me on the golf course. I do accept Venmo. Until then,
I'll send
you take care.
Well, here's the good news, Trey. Here's the good news. I'm gonna pay you, but it will be in Venezuelan dollars.
Chairman Graham, thank you for joining us on a Sunday night and for your own service in uniform.
Semper Fi. Semper Fi.
Should have known. And just for a second, my mind did go to the worst place. At nearly 1 o'clock this morning, one of Lindsey Graham's longtime staffers, who was more like a son, called me. That was not unusual. I talk with his senior staff on a regular basis. We've been friends for decades. I was awake, but I figured it was a misdial. So I finished my work and then I went to sleep. And my wife woke me up to tell me the worst had happened. Lindsey Graham was gone. Yes, he was chairman of Senate Budget, soon to be chairman of Judiciary, and a political figure who inspired passion like few others. But he was none of that to me or my family. He was a man born in the back of a liquor store who rose to incredible political heights. He helped raise his sister Darlene after their parents died. He served our country in uniform. He embarked on a political career that his parents could scarcely have dreamed of. The President of the United States considered him a friend and was a frequent golf companion. He celebrated his 71st birthday this past Thursday. We played golf right before he left for his overseas trip. I gave him a putting lesson before we teed off and suggested he consider upgrading from that 40-year-old blade putter he used, but I knew he would never do that because that putter was his father's putter. And he carried a part of his father with him every time he played. And he carried the ring his mother gave him. And he carried his sister, Darlene, in his heart. The last thing he said to me in the parking lot was, tell Terry and Watson and Abigail hello, and I'll call you about golf when I get home. Well, he is home. It's just a different kind of home. He is reunited with his parents. And those of us who knew him as something other than and much more than a political figure are heartbroken. Life is fragile, even for the most powerful. Joining us is his colleague from South Carolina, Chairman Tim Scott. Chairman, I am still in a state of shock. So many memories, including being beside him at your wedding. He was one of a kind.
Trey, exactly. I will say, thinking back to my wedding, I was talking to my wife about you and Lindsey being at the wedding. Lindsey was talking to this little kid named Case, excuse me, and Mama Laney introduced them together. And Lindsey gets down on his knee and says, "I'm sorry, Case. There will be no Social Security for you, buddy. No Social Security." And the place just busted out laughing. And that's just who he was. He got down on a knee to have a conversation with a 3-year-old, not about Social Security, just to make the kid laugh. And everybody around him laughed. The kid just kind of shrugged his shoulders. But it's that part of Lindsey. I just wish more people had a chance to get a glimpse at his soul. He was just a very good person, and he felt obligated, responsible to share the American dream with as many people as possible, because his start, and frankly, even his 19 and 20-year-old self, went through excruciating pain, but it delivered for the nation a guy that was sensitive, a guy who was sincere, a guy who really was successful because he was living his best life, doing what he loved the most, taking care of other people.
Chairman, here's President Trump on his friend Lindsey Graham, and I'll ask you about it on the other side.
That he was a fantastic advocate in the Senate, and he could do things that other people. He was able to. If I had a really big problem with a certain Democrat, he could work it out. You know, that's something most Republicans can't do. No, there was nobody like him. He loved being a politician, and he was going to win his election. He was going to win it big. And, the people loved him. Everybody loved him. Well, no, he had some enemies. He was a tough cookie. Don't misunderstand. He was a tough cookie in many ways. If he wanted to get something, if he thought he was right and he had people against him, he could be very tough, actually. But he was a good person.
You know, Chairman, they had genuine affection for one another, but there was a time in the past where they did not have quite as much affection for one another. And his willingness to not carry a grudge is one of the things I love the most about him. He couldn't remember who he was mad at or why.
You're exactly right, Trey. It reminds me of the scripture, Matthew 5:44. Love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you, and frankly, adding on, get over it. And Lindsey did all three. He was really remarkable. I was talking with President Trump earlier today about his relationship with Lindsey, and you can tell the president was stunned, he was shocked, and he was hurting. Our president has a tough outer shell, which makes him a great negotiator, but he has a very soft heart for the ones he loves. And I think he thought of Lindsey as an extension of his own family. And so we've all lost a great warrior for our country, a personal friend to many. And listening to President Trump talk about his love and affection for Lindsey Graham was a powerful reminder that every single one of us, we're just human. And sometimes we're just ordinary humans called to do extraordinary things. And we lean on the Lord, we lean on our friendships, but we lean on this country because we believe that it is a great blessing to serve our neighbors through public service. And talking to his sister today and so many others who are just in excruciating pain, and the weight of today will not go away for so many for months to come, if ever. I tell you what, today is a day of prayer, a prayer of thanksgiving, and frankly, a prayer of joy as well, because Lindsey is finally reunited with the ones he loves so dearly. And this is a great day for him, a tough day for me, and a tough day for you, Trey.
You know, Chairman, you put your finger on something. We tend to think of political figures in political terms, but he was a brother, and he was an uncle, and his staff was.
He was our
It really
uncle.
was his family. It wasn't his staff. They were like family.
Oh, yeah.
Politics can be a big part of your life, but it's not who you are. It's what you do. It's not the entirety of your life.
Yeah. I'll say for Lindsey, you have to know the story. You alluded to it earlier. I'll just say, think about the journey of Lindsey Graham and the story of America. Humble beginnings, struggle, challenges, hurdles, misery, and then a miracle to serve others, a miracle to take your pain and turn it into a promise. It's what Lindsey did really well. I think about the story of he and his sister Darlene adopting her when she was 13. He was only 19. He was a Gamecock. He was at the University of South Carolina. And to just think of how that story has turned out, and the blessing to live in a place called South Carolina, where his story, my story, and yours are all blended together into this remarkable journey called hope, born in South Carolina for so many. He shared hope around the world, and for that, I am eternally grateful.
Well, he loves you, and I know you know that. He was jealous of you. He was jealous of your public approval numbers, but he absolutely loved, and your hair. He loved being your colleague, and this is he would want us to laugh, but I tell you what, it's been a tear-filled day in the Goldie household, but he would want us to laugh because he made all of us laugh. I can't thank you enough for joining us on a really, really somber Sunday night.
Thank you, Trey. God bless your service as well. Hope to see you again.
Yeah,
soon.
You too, brother. God bless you. South Carolina has had some colorful elected officials. I never met a funnier politician or one who took himself less seriously than the man born in the small town of Central South Carolina. From Central South Carolina to Washington, D.C., Lindsey Graham loved this country because this country allowed him to do things few, if any, other countries would allow. More Sunday Night in America after the break.
You look at that car.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have, and I say this as a former politician, you have to have a good sense of humor if you want to survive the toxicity of politics. You have to be able to be humble and laugh at yourself, right? Okay, so I want to share this poem. So I just want to share this one message really quickly. So this one Iranian user is posting that he's giving his this person is giving their condolences on the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, a good friend of His Royal Highness the Shah of Iran, to the people of Iran and everyone who's mourning. So yeah, Iranians are definitely mourning as well. So let me share this video because I was sharing this, and then we're going to go to the Lord's Prayer, and then the Star Spangled Banner, and then we'll go back to Fox News. So this is a very famous poem. This was written in 1258. So this is medieval Iranian, but as you can see, this is not like a updated language version. So the Persian language that we Iranians speak today, it is the exact same language from 2,000 years ago, and that's because Ferdowsi preserved our language when the Arab Muslim Nazis, when they occupied Persia and conquered Persia in 650 AD, they tried to silence, or they tried to erase our language. And then another poet, Ferdowsi, who wrote a epic poem called the Shahnameh, which is like the Book of Kings. And I've spoken about that. But anyways, he revived the Persian language in 900 AD. And then because of him, we have other amazing poets like Sadi and Hafiz and others. So anyway, Sadi wrote this poem. And what's super cool is that even though this poem was literally written 800 years ago, I can read this fluently because the Persian that Iranians spoke 1,000 years ago is the same Persian that we speak today. So our language is literally unchanged, which is really cool. But anyway, so the poem says, بنی آدم اعضای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار دیگر عضوها را نمانند قرار. تو که از منت دیگران بیغمی نشاید که نامت نهند آدمی. Sorry.
And his enduring legacy Monday on Hannity.
Okay.
Unlike Viagra, it's a
All right, so Sean Hannity, that was just a commercial for Sean Hannity. Okay, so guys, Sean Hannity watch party, or like we'll go over Sean Hannity on Tuesday. We'll go over Sean Hannity on Tuesday. Anyway, so I read the poem in Persian. Now I will I'll translate this in English. So this poem says, human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot, well, it should be retained. You cannot retain. So this is, guys, this right here, this is Iranian culture. So all of those Islamic regime durkas and all of the, like American podcasters or whatever that are, celebrating or laughing at the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, they're not human. They're literally not, okay? The Islamic regime as well, okay? Oh, someone's like, oh my gosh, we have a troll on Rumble. Guys, can someone deal with the Rumble troll? Wait, let me just ban this person. All right, I just got rid of that person. Seriously, like, you want to spout your jihadi garbage nonsense? Like, you're literally in the wrong channel. Anyways, so this is what I mean when I say,
we had meetings with them for
breaking
the
Iran
last,
news.
they
And then I'll
agreed
go
to
back.
a deal yesterday, a perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. The MOU between the U.S. and Iran is showing some significant signs of strain. Even before
You
last
don't
night's
say.
strikes, Israeli intelligence claimed evidence of a new plot by Iran to assassinate President Trump. And the president is taking
told you
that
so.
very seriously.
You know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 0.1%. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. But I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it.
You don't have to be a contracts lawyer to know trying to kill the president of the United States violates the MOU. But it's more than that. Iran continues to target ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz, which led to the U.S. retaliation, striking significant Iranian targets. The strait is international water. It does not belong to Iran. To allow them to control the strait is to allow them to hold the world economy hostage. President Trump said he is prepared to, quote, finish the job. This war is not politically popular, but that's a good thing. War should not be popular. It is, however, sometimes necessary. Joining us is former Secretary of State, former CIA Director, Fox News contributor Mike Pompeo. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your service. Let me just start by saying Senator Graham had tremendous respect for you personally and for your service to our country. I'll get you to react to his sudden passing, and then we'll.
Yeah, Pompeo is iffy because he supports the Islamic communists, right? The MEK.
He was so kind to me. I met him about the same time you and I came to Congress, 2011. I didn't know him before that. I was nobody. I was a junior member, a backbencher from Kansas. And he welcomed me, and he took me to Munich, and he brought me under his wing. I would not have been the CIA director or the Secretary of State without his support. And when I got those jobs, every day, always. I knew I could call him, seek out his wisdom. We didn't agree on everything tactically, but he was always there. And when I was in a pinch, whether that pinch was around the world or in the Oval Office, Lindsey was there to try and be helpful and supportive. And it was a blessing in my life, and I know in the life of so many. And, finally, Trey, the guy could just make you laugh. When you were down or you were tired, he could light up a room. And that is a true tribute to someone who was a great American patriot.
Well said. No wonder he loved you so much. All right, we're going to switch over. The Iranians are chanting death to Donald Trump.
Well, not
while
the
the U.S.
Iranians,
is hitting
the
Iranian
Durkas.
targets again. The MO.
The Durkas, the Islamic regime, not the Iranians.
Lawyer, but the MOU does not seem to be standing the test of time very well.
Yeah, Trey, you could be a diplomat. That's a very polite description of where we are on the MOU. I think, frankly, it's just gone. It probably was never really worth very much. I don't fault the president for trying, but in the end, this regime is likely never to change its way. They told us it was accidental that they fired at these ships. Wow, that's really bad. Like, if you've got ballistic missiles and you don't have control of them, could you tell us who does? Because we'd like to speak with them. Look, in the end, this regime is irredeemable. It will have to change. Until such time, it's unlikely that they'll ever give up those nuclear weapons. I hope President Trump will do what it appears he's headed for, which is to reimpose the economic difficulties on them, reopen the strait using our brave men and women, and then continue to maintain that pressure until such time as the regime fundamentally changes the nature of its behavior to stop threatening our president, the president of the United States of America.
All right, Mr. Secretary, you know what it's like to make really tough decisions as an appointed official, but you also know what it's like to get elected. This war is not politically popular. Doing nothing empowers Iran. What is the right response? How do we convince the electorate that no, a long-term war maybe isn't a great idea, but we can't let Iran go unchecked?
Trade wars are terrible things. We've already had more than a dozen Americans killed in this particular conflict. If we stay at it, there'll almost certainly be more. And that's a very difficult thing for a nation like ours that values life in a way that the Iranian regime doesn't. And I think that's the thing we have to all recognize. They've killed thousands of Americans over the last 47 years, whether it was in Beirut or the soldiers who were killed in Iraq when the Soleimani folks were using IEDs. We have to explain that there will be more American deaths as a result of our walking away from this and allowing this regime to stay at it than there will be if we stay at this in a way that only America can lead. It is a true statement and an important one for every American official to adopt and try and articulate plainly to the American people that while there are real costs, undoubtedly, the benefits to the United States of America of our continued leadership and defeating the Iranian regime will pay huge benefits to our kids and our grandkids in the years ahead. And I think Americans will accept that, Trey.
All right, Secretary, you see things that the rest of us either don't look for or don't see. So in the hours or days to come, what are you looking for in Iran or the Strait or the Middle East to see which direction this goes?
Trey, this actually brings us back to Senator Graham. If he were here to answer this question, I don't want to predict, but I've talked to him about Iran for 15 years now. He would say, we have to finish the task. And the task is ensuring they never get a nuclear weapon. We can't take a deal like the JCPOA, like Obama's deal. It just won't protect the American people. And we have the military capability, which we have demonstrated in Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury, and the economic might to deliver that security for the American people. Watch in the days ahead. Watch to see if the Iranian regime continues to attack our military bases in the region. If they do, I'm confident the president will strike back even harder and ultimately eliminate the material capacity for the Iranian regime to control an international waterway like the Strait of Hormuz.
Nearly an unparalleled resume belonging to Mike Pompeo. Thank you for joining us, especially on a sad night, but a really, really important topic. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Trey. It is a sad evening. Bless you all.
The Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, but there are ways to crack down on birth tourism. Experts are
Okay, so that was pretty much it. Again, I'm not a big fan of Pompeo because Pompeo has literally, like, he openly supports the MEK, which is like a Muslim Nazi terrorist group. So there is that. But I want to go back to Senator Lindsey Graham. I just finished sharing this poem, this Iranian poem. So let me just read it one more time. Bani Adam Zoe, and remember that this poem is from like 800 years ago. And the fact that poems written 800 years ago in Persian, like we can read them fluently today because it's the same language, right? So the Persian language has remained unchanged since 1400 years ago. Because when the Arab Muslim Nazis invaded Persia in 650 AD, they tried to erase the Persian language, and of course, for 200 years, so for 2 centuries, Persian was banned, and then Hafiz revived it after 200 years. And ever since then, his epic book, which is called the Shahnameh means Book of Kings, that, and when I've spoken about like the blacksmith and like the ancient flags, that's all from the Shahnameh. So the Shahnameh preserved the Persian language. So all these medieval poets, like Hafiz, for example, Sadi, this is Sadi, who wrote this iconic poem. This is the same language and writing from 650 AD, and it's the same as today. So our language has remained unchanged because we have like a reference. So let me just read it one more time. And this is also what I want to say. The fact that me, as someone who learned the Persian language in Canada, the fact that I can read this, it just goes to show you how much our language has remained unchanged for 1400 years. Okay, so it says Bani Adam اعضای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار، دیگر عضوها را نماند قرار. تو که از مهنت دیگران بیغمی، نشاید که نامند نهند آدمی. Which basically means human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. And this is actually a very pertinent example of the difference between the Iranian people and the Islamic regime. Because for those of you who are just tuning in, the Iranian people have shared this image. It is the lion and sun. So, the lion and sun flag, the one right above my head, the one that I usually have on my shoulders. And this is, this is the emblem on our flag. So this is the lion and sun. And usually, the lion and sun, not usually, always, the lion is proudly holding the sword, and, the sun is behind him. And this emblem has always remained unchanged. But now, Iranians, because they are mourning the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, they have made this image where the lion has lowered his sword. The lion has lowered his sword, and both the lion and the sun are crying. And, normally, according to flag protocol, it's considered disrespectful to change a flag emblem. But in this circumstance, I think this is such a beautiful tribute to Senator Lindsey Graham. And I think this is a perfect representation of how Iranians feel about the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. So all of us Iranians, we're mourning with you as well. And Someone made this image, and it's gone viral on Iranian social media, and I can't think of a more beautiful tribute to Senator Lindsey Graham. So this is his, the image from when he was in. Okay, someone is saying, "Are you reading with a mirror?" No, I'm reading my screen. Okay. You're being a bit weird on Rumble. If you continue with the weird comments, I'll just ban you because you're just being kind of weird. I don't understand your comments. Like, why are you mocking me? I'm like my screen is here, so I'm looking at my screen. What do you mean I'm reading with a mirror? So, guys, honestly, I don't have patience tonight. If you're gonna be rude or mean or make fun of me, I'll just ban you. Like I literally have no patience right now. Anyways, so there's the tribute that Iranians are making to, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. And I think this is a beautiful and touching tribute because he was a good friend and ally of the Iranian people. So before we continue, like I said, we're gonna do a quick reset because I've been live streaming for about 5.5 hours now. But we're gonna do a quick reset with the Lord's Prayer, and then the Star Spangled Banner, and then Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song, and then I'll continue with more comments and updates.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. His broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, stay does that star-spangled banner yet wave? The land of the free and the home of the brave.
And this was apparently Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite song. So I'm just going to take a moment, just a couple of minutes to play this song, and then I'll come back with more breaking news and footage and videos of Senator Lindsey Graham. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes. So this song was recommended and suggested by one of our amazing viewers who's mostly active on Rumble, Who Dat Nation Gal. And she is obviously an amazing American patriot. So everyone put, if you can, please, if you appreciated the song, please put a W in the chat for Who Dat Nation Gal, because she said that this was Senator Lindsey Graham's favorite hymn. So that's why I'm playing this, because apparently this was, this was his favorite hymn. And yeah, so thank you, Who Dat Nation Gal, for sharing this beautiful song with us. Okay, let me go to so what, and I know, Americans are in mourning, right? Americans are mourning. But why are Iranians so upset? And I've shared a lot of messages from Iranians, both in occupied Iran and outside of occupied Iran. Senator Lindsey Graham understood why it was important to fight the Islamic regime. He understood that a free Iran is good for America. And so this is one of those situations where the interests of different nations aligned. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that being America first meant getting rid of the Islamic regime, because the Islamic regime is a threat to America and American national security, and the Islamic regime has murdered thousands of Americans since it occupied Iran in 1947. And this message, wow. Look at this message from, wait, let me pull it up. This is a message from the Reagan caucus. Let me. Where was it? Where'd it go? Okay, they've posted a lot of things. All right. Anyways, so okay, I found it. So this is a message. So the Reagan caucus. Okay, so this is from Reagan. So these are Americans who support Ronald Reagan. Okay. The Ronald Reagan caucus, which I think is actually a really cool name. Okay. They posted earlier today, about 12 hours ago, "Free Iran called Graham Uncle Lindsey." Yes, we did. We called him Amu Lindsey. You know what? Oh my gosh, I just realized something. Okay, guys, so Americans who are watching this, I actually need your input right now. I actually have Senator Lindsey Graham merch on my merch store, but that's from, I put that merch up like months ago, right? Like 3-4 months ago. But I don't know, like, should I remove that merch now? Because he's passed away. Like, would it be disrespectful if it's still up? I'd like your thoughts on that, because like I think I had like a mug, I don't know, maybe a t-shirt or something, I can't remember, but Now that he's passed away, I don't know if that would be tasteful or not. So I could take down the merch. I just Americans let me know. No? Okay. All right. Keep it? Okay. No? Keep it? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I will keep it up. Okay. All right. Do some commemorative. Stay with the merch. I just don't want people to think that like I put up this merch like after he passed away, right? But like that the merch has been up for quite a while. Okay, let me guys, like this isn't an advertisement. I literally just want your opinion, right? Because I just don't want people to like see that and then think like I'm taking advantage or something, right? Because that would be like the worst thing. But I mean, I can show you what I'm talking about. So literally like months ago, I made like I have like, and it's literally it's an Amu Lindsey coffee mug and an Amu Lindsey t-shirt, which basically means Uncle Lindsey. I can't put a timestamp on it. I don't know how the timestamps work, but I mean, like I put them up a while ago and they've just been there ever since, but I don't know. Okay. Cuz like I could remove this. I just don't, like I don't want to insult anyone, right? Okay. 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 I'll keep it up. I'll keep it up. Text we know when you did the merch. Yeah, like I did this a long time ago and it's like kind of like how like well first of all like I'm never getting rid of the Senator Lindsey Graham emoji because the Amu Lindsey emoji has been available for YouTube members for a very long time. So and you know obviously this is like older because like I've posted like new merch since then, but okay, so I won't remove this then. I won't remove this. I will keep it up in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Americans. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, I just wasn't, you know how it is. Like some people sometimes are like, oh, look at this person. Like they're trying to, you know, profit off of like a tragedy or something. But okay. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. So let me go to some of the new footage here that I wanted to share with you. And this is actually a very good So this is Senator Lindsey Graham on February 14 in Munich. And you know what? Let me just play. Let me just play the video. This is the moment Senator Lindsey Graham showed up on stage on February 14, which was like a global rally for Iran.
Send Lindsey Graham, member of the
Okay, so it's not. It's this is totally AI mistake. It's not Saint Lance Garm. I should remove the captions. It's Senator Lindsey Graham. So now, so at the rally where His Royal Highness was speaking in Munich on February 14, and there's literally 250,000 Iranians who are there. And you can even see like numerous American flags, but there's one right there that I can spot. One right there. The MC is introducing Senator Lindsey Graham in Persian. And so there you can see, like, there's the American flag. So guys, there's one American flag there. I can see another American flag there. There's probably a whole bunch of others, but just because like it's the everything is waving, it's hard to tell. But there's at least like 2 or 3 that I spot just on this pause. But anyways, let's see how the Iranian people reacted to Senator Lindsey Graham showing up to speak at the Free Iran demonstration on February 14, 2026 in Munich. And remember, this was before the United States began their military strikes against the Islamic regime and before they exterminated Khamenei. This is literally 2 weeks before that day. So they're saying, she's saying, my dear compatriots.
Lindsey Graham, member of the U.S. Senate, نماینده مجلس سنای آمریکا.
So she's like, Senator Lindsey Graham, member of U.S. Senate, politician in America, is joining us on stage. She's like, so here she says, siyasat madari. So siyasat madar means politician. So she's like, siyasat madari ke be qolsh be Iran amal kard. So like a politician who came through on their promise to their promise about Iran.
سیاستمداری که به قولش برای ملت ایران عمل کرد.
And then as soon as she says that, everyone starts cheering and whistling, right? She's saying the American politician who kept his word to the Iranian people. Really keep up. Do you see that? Like, do you see that? How first of all, everyone is literally cheering and whistling, and everyone is so excited to see him. And then all the Iranians, they basically have like the peace sign, right? Look at this. Like, look how much love Senator Lindsey Graham is getting. By the way, like the people there, the vast majority of them are not even like American citizens. They're literally Iranians from around the world. Oh, guys, so this is the other part. As soon as Senator Lindsey Graham comes on stage, all the Iranians start chanting, USA, 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 right? So, okay, so there's an American flag, American flag, American flag. There's a whole bunch of others that I can't spot because it's literally 250,000 people. But Iranians literally, like as soon as Senator Lindsey Graham comes up on stage on January 14, all of the Iranians in the crowd start chanting, USA, USA. Daniel's asking, when did Iranians start calling him Amu Lindsey? It was probably around February 14, maybe just a few days before, but it was around this time because this is when he called out all the lefties. And I can get into that, but so at this point, like at this point when he's coming up on stage, he's already Amu Lindsey. He's already Amu Lindsey. And as soon as he comes up, all the Iranians honor him and his love for America by chanting USA, USA. And you can hear it. You can hear it. Listen. And this is where he held the Iranian flag. So, Senator Lindsey Graham, in response to the Iranian people chanting USA, USA as soon as he came up on stage, that's the reason Senator Lindsey Graham held up the Iranian flag and waved it, because Iranians were honoring the United States. And so Senator Lindsey Graham, being the class act that he was, in response to 250,000 Iranians chanting USA, he raised the Iranian lion and sun flag to honor Iranians. Basically to say thank you for all, like this entire crowd, not only waving the American flag, but chanting USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am with you. I have a message for the freedom-loving people of the world. If you love freedom, stand with the Iranian protesters today. It is a time of choosing. I choose the Iranian people over the murderous Ayatollah. It is time for him to go. To the American people, the Iranian people will be your friend. They will be your ally. Stand with the Iranian people.
So that's Senator Lindsey Graham's message to Americans, right? So he says, to the American people, stand with Iranians because we are your friends. We are your allies. Senator Lindsey Graham understood the difference between the Iranian people and the Islamic regime, right? He knew that we are your allies. We are your friends. We love America. We're not Durkas. The Durkas are occupying us, right? Listen to this again. He says, to the American people,
it is time for him to go. To the American people, the Iranian people will be your friend. They will be your ally. Stand with the Iranian people. They deserve their freedom. To the American people, remember when we fought for our freedom? Do you remember when we wanted to be independent and free? The Iranian people are making a statement for freedom, and I'm here to tell you, I've heard your cries. I'm here to help you. We're going to end this murderous regime. The Ayatollah is going to go, and the Iranian people are going to have their freedom. It is a matter of time. Help is on the way.
He was right.
Keep protesting.
He was right. Help was on the way, because 2 weeks later after this, President Trump exterminated Khamenei and all these top-level IRGC commanders, right? He was right. Help was on the way. This was literally 2 weeks before the United States exterminated all those Islamic regime terrorists that have been occupying and murdering us for the last 47 years.
Liberation is at hand. To the people of the world, speak up, speak loudly. This is a moment of choosing. This is a moment of change. It's been a moment I've been dreaming of, a free Iran. Iran that doesn't want the darkness, but embraces the light. An Iran where people do not have to worry about having their daughter killed on a bus because she doesn't wear the scarf right. An Iran where people can be prosperous and free and be part of the world, not in the darkness. Our moment is arriving, folks. To President Trump, you were right to say keep protesting. You're right to say help is on the way. To the people of Iran, keep it up. It's coming. Your day of liberation is near. A world without the Ayatollah is a better world.
It is. It is.
A world with the Iranian people in charge of Iran is a better world.
It is.
Finally, to the Iranian people, your sacrifice inspires me. I'm in awe of you, going to the streets, defenseless, being shot down and keep going to the streets, being oppressed but getting back up. To the Iranian people, you're making history. When they write the history of the Iranian people, this will be your finest hour.
This will be our finest hour because Senator Lindsey Graham was there. This is one of our finest hours because Senator Lindsey Graham was a part of our revolution. And Senator Lindsey Graham, his name will be eternal, right? So he is now a Javid Nom. Remember, Javid means eternal and Nom means name. So Senator Lindsey Graham is now one of our Javid Noms. And this moment right here, this is one of the finest hours of our revolution and of our fight for freedom.
God bless Iran. Help is on the way.
God bless America. Okay, let's watch this again. Sorry, I interrupted a little bit, but I'm gonna play this again without interruption. But now I gave some context, so.
هموطنان عزیزم, Sen Lindsey Graham, member of the U.S. Senate, نماینده مجلس سنای آمریکا, سیاستمداری که به قولش برای ملت ایران عمل کرد.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am with you. I have a message for the freedom-loving people of the world. If you love freedom, stand with the Iranian protesters today. It is a time of choosing. I choose the Iranian people over the murderous Ayatollah. It is time for him to go. To the American people, the Iranian people will be your friend. They will be your ally. Stand with the Iranian people. They deserve their freedom. To the American people, remember when we fought for our freedom? Do you remember when we wanted to be independent and free? The Iranian people are making a statement for freedom, and I'm here to tell you, I've heard your cries. I'm here to help you. We're going to end this murderous regime. The Ayatollah is going to go, and the Iranian people are going to have their freedom. It is a matter of time. Help is on the way. Keep protesting. Liberation is at hand. To the people of the world, speak up, speak loudly. This is a moment of choosing. This is a moment of change. It's been a moment I've been dreaming of, a free Iran. Iran that doesn't want the darkness, but embraces the light. An Iran where people do not have to worry about having their daughter killed on a bus because she doesn't wear the scarf right. An Iran where people can be prosperous and free and be part of the world, not in the darkness. Our moment is arriving, folks. To President Trump, you were right to say keep protesting. You're right to say help is on the way. To the people of Iran, keep it up. It's coming. Your day of liberation is near. A world without the Ayatollah is a better world. A world with the Iranian people in charge of Iran is a better world. Finally, to the Iranian people, your sacrifice inspires me. I'm in awe of you, going to the streets, defenseless, being shot down and keep going to the streets, being oppressed but getting back up. To the Iranian people, you're making history. When they write the history of the Iranian people, this will be your finest hour. God bless Iran. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. Morgan, your hat made it to Munich. Make Iran great by picking the people, not the Ayatollah. Make Iran great by putting the people in charge. God bless you all. Iran will be great again when the people are in charge. Help is on the way.
And then you can see like all these American flags. Like there's one, like I know it's a little bit small, but there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. There's one over there that I saw earlier. So just, oh, I see one there. There's one there. Like American flags are just everywhere, right? Yeah. I already shared this video, but someone was requesting it. So where is it? Oh no. Oh wait, I think I closed the screen. I'm sorry guys. Let me find it because I know someone was requesting this video again, and it is a beautiful video. So I'm more than happy to share it again. Let me just find it. Okay, I didn't bookmark it. I didn't bookmark it because I'm not thinking and I'm just, cuckoo. Like I'm not thinking right now. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Guys, I have breaking news footage for you. This is a message from Iranian people inside of occupied Iran. Okay. So the message says that this is literally posted 3 hours ago. A video posted on social media showed a citizen in Mazandaran province. Mazandaran is the northeastern part of occupied Iran. Actually, interesting note, Mazandaran is where the Pahlavi family and the Pahlavi dynasty are from. So, a citizen in Mazandaran province writing a tribute on a wall to South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham after his death. The message read, "Uncle Lindsey, your memory will always live on in the hearts of Iranians." The voice on the video says, "This is Mazandaran, long live the king," a reference to exiled Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let me show you exactly where Mazandaran province is. Just so that, you know, it's easier to... Here you go. So remember, when you think of Iran as like the kitty cat, right? So you have the cat. This is the cat's head. These are the ears. This is like the little hump. So this is Mazandaran province. So Mazandaran province is kind of like the curve in the back, okay? So the curve in the back, right on the Caspian Sea, that's Mazandaran. So that's where this video that I'm about to share with you is from. So this is a message of condolences from people inside of occupied Iran to the American people. And they spray painted the message in English on purpose because the message is for you, right? So remember, whenever Iranians share a message in English, that's because that's a message for the outside world. That's for you. So here you go. And, you can tell, Iranian because they misspelt your. So that's how you know it's authentic, but that's okay. Uncle Lindsey, your memory will always live on in the hearts. Anyways, let's watch this. Your memory will always live on in the hearts of Iran.
گارد جاویدان آینده ایران جاوید شاه اینجا ایران مازندران.
Wait, go back here. What did he say?
گارد جاویدان.
So, okay, so he says Garde Javidan. So remember, Garde Javidan means the immortal guard. So the immortal guard are the Iranian freedom fighters who are fighting the Islamic regime behind the scenes, right? So, for example, Petipto, who joins us, is a Garde Javidan, and they're all over Iran, right? So this gentleman who spray paints this message honoring Senator Lindsey Graham, and they're calling him Uncle Lindsey. So the Iranian freedom fighters are saying Garde Javidan is honoring the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, and they're saying that his memory. No, this isn't Petito, guys. This is not Petito. This is not Petito, but this is the Garde Javidan that it's like a loose network of Iranian freedom fighters, right? And so this is someone from the northern part of Iran, and they're part of the Garde Javidan, and they're sending a message to the world and to Americans, right? Uncle Lindsey, your memory will always live on.
گارد جاویدان آینده ایران جاوید شاه اینجا ایران مازندران.
And then he's saying Inja Iran. So Inja means here. So Inja Iran means this is Iran. And then he says Mazandaran, and Mazandaran is the name of the province, which again, it's like the northern part. So where like the backbone of the kitty cat is. So, you know, just a beautiful, beautiful tribute to his Senator Lindsey Graham. But I wanted to find that video of Iranians celebrating and honoring Lindsey Graham at the bar, because I shared this before, but I saw someone mention this again. So more than happy to share this. So first of all, let me share a photo. So this is the photo. This is Senator Lindsey Graham. He walks into this bar, and all the Iranians are super thrilled, super thrilled. So everyone is literally, this was February 14th. So this was after his speech in Munich. And, you know, I guess someone tells him, like, go to this bar, all the Iranians are here. So he shows up, and then he's literally like he's surrounded. He's literally surrounded by Iranians, right? And everyone is like super thrilled, right? It's like, it's literally a rock star showed up, right? Our rock star showed up, our Amu showed up, our uncle showed up. And this is the thing, yeah, Jeremy is absolutely right. This is before poor Senator Lindsey Graham. This is before Senator Lindsey Graham knew that we Iranians had decided to adopt him and call him our uncle, right? So at this point, he was already our Amu, our uncle. He just didn't know it yet. No one had given him the memo. So right here, he's just like, what is going on? Why is everyone surrounding me? And but yeah, this is before he got the memo. But just such a beautiful moment, right? Like, you can see how Iranians, like, look at the smile on this guy's face, right? Look at the smile on this guy's face. Look at all these smiles. Look at all these smiles. Let me just remove the comments and the chat, right? Like, look at his smile. Like, literally everyone in this photo has like the biggest grin on their faces, right? Like, everyone is just smiling huge, right? Because Amu Lindsey showed up, our uncle showed up, right? So there's that. But let me get to the actual, wait, let me just save that so I can remember where that's from. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one. So this is when he shows up at the bar, because yeah, Whiskey Tango, you mentioned this. I think Mel Cappy mentioned this earlier, but I'm more than happy to share this video again. Yes, Texas, I'm going to his roundtable at the Munich Security Conference next, because you're absolutely right. That was 100% legendary. So this reaction from Iranians will make much more sense after we see his Munich conference speech.
Yeah, here we go.
So this just goes to show, right? Like, we Iranians, we have no enmity with the United States. In fact, we love the United States. We think that Iranians and Americans have been allies for a very long time, and it was only when the Islamic regime took over and occupied Iran that this whole death to America jihad nonsense started, right? But as you can see, right, like, so the welcome that Senator Lindsey Graham is getting here from Iranians is exactly the kind of welcome that anyone can expect who's, setting up for the Iranian. Look at his smile. Look at the smile. Look at the smile on his face. Look, he's just like, oh my gosh, like, wow, right?
Yeah, here we go. Okay. Let me find the link to the Munich security conference. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Guys, get settled in because this is where Christiane Amanpour, the Mozdur. Guys, so Christiane Amanpour is a Mozdur. For those of you who have been, who've tuned in from the beginning and who are paying attention, random pop quiz time. What's a Mozdur? What's a Mozdur? What is a Mozdur? Who remembers? It's not a spy. Not a spy. Remember, the word for spy is jasus. Yes, there we go. Guys, visitor clocking got it. Infiltrator. A mole. Infiltrator. There we go. So visitor clocking got it. Visitor clocking got it first. Infiltrator. Which, it doesn't mean that they're not a spy. Like, they could be a spy, but we don't know that, right? But Mozdur, so that's spelled M-O-Z-D. Like, this is how it's pronounced in English. Okay. Oops, there we go. So Mozdur means infiltrator, okay? Yeah, Christiane Amanpour is 100% a Mozdur because she's infiltrated. She's literally infiltrated American media, and she has been promoting anti-American propaganda for a very long time. And she does it in a way that is like, you're like, okay, well, maybe she's right or something, right? Anyways, so yeah, could be a spy. But infiltrator, right? Not necessarily a spy. Could be a spy. But yeah, Mozdur is infiltrator. So here's the iconic video.
Where will he sit? And Karim Sajapour?
Do you also see how why is she acting so weird? Like, Christiane Amanpour is acting so stressed out. Like, where is he going to sit? Like, where is Senator Lindsey Graham going to sit? Why is that your problem? There's literally event organizers there. Like, why are you making a big deal out of this? Like, she's acting shocked as if why is Senator Lindsey Graham going to be speaking? Right? Yeah, Iranians, someone said Americans don't like her. Yeah. So, Janet O is saying Americans don't like her. Yeah. We Iranians, we don't like her either. She should go back to, Gaza or wherever she's from. Yeah, when I write something, it doesn't show up in the X chat. That's because it's just like an issue with the system, unfortunately. It's like the...
Where will he sit? And Karim Sajapour? Yeah. Yep. And also Roberta Metsola. Oh, there you are. I was looking straight at you. Hi, please, take a seat. Hello, Senator. Take a seat.
That's not my name, but that's
Yeah, I know it's not. Give it to me. I'll take it away. So Senator Lindsey Graham, U.S. Senate Republican, longtime foreign policy player. Karim Sajapur, Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace.
By the way, this Karim Sajadpour, Iranians reject him, right? Like Karim Sajadpour is one of those fake Iranian freedom fighters, right? So he's not like a real Iranian freedom fighter. And Senator Lindsey Graham knows that, which is why he calls him out later on.
And Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament. Senator, can I turn to you first? Because this is something that the Iran situation is front and center of this current administration. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you. You were very pleased to see President Trump promise the Iranian protesters the help that they were calling for and say help is on the way. And it seems like you're consistently reminding the president of what he promised. You wrote on Monday, President Trump said, keep protesting, help is on the way. He will be on the right side of history. I believe him to be a man of his word. On Tuesday, you sort of doubled down. If this regime...
Today, what's today?
Huh?
What day is it today?
Today is some other day.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think it's Friday or Saturday.
Didn't know how
In
many
any
of these
event,
things were
you've been
coming.
very consistent. Do you believe this, and do you believe that President Trump should do what he said he would do?
Here's what I believe. They're the weakest they've been since 1979. It is a regime with American blood on its hand. It is a great disruptor of the region. It's a religious theocracy that if they could get a nuclear weapon, they would use it to advance their religious goals, which are three: purify Islam, destroy the Jewish state, and come after us. Hitler wrote a book, he wanted to kill all the Jews. Nobody believed him. I believe the Ayatollah and his regime, not the Iranian people, are religious fanatics.
Did you catch that? He said, I believe the Ayatollah and this regime, not the Iranian people, are fanatics, right? So Senator Lindsey Graham always made a distinction between the Iranian people and the Islamic regime, okay? So keep that in mind. Whenever anyone says that Senator Lindsey Graham was anti-Iranian, no, Senator Lindsey Graham is one of the most pro-Iranian American politicians in the history of the country of America.
To advance their religious goals, which are three: purify Islam, destroy the Jewish state, and come after us. Hitler wrote a book, he wanted to kill all the Jews. Nobody believed him. I believe the Ayatollah and his regime, not the Iranian people, are religious fanatics, religious Nazis. Hitler wanted a master race, they want a master religion. So why don't I mention that? There's no negotiating with these people, in my view. They're hell-bent on enacting an agenda based on religion that teaches them to lie, teaches them to destroy in the name of God. So President Trump said something that's going to be the best thing he ever said, or maybe the worst thing he ever said. When asked, what should the protesters do? Keep protesting. Now, that came from a man who genuinely believed that. That wasn't a calculated response. Ronald Reagan went to the Berlin Wall, and we still talk about it. He didn't say, do you mind lowering it? He said, tear it down. He was clear, he was concise. So President Trump gave an answer, keep protesting, help is on the way. And a couple of days later, he said, it's time for new leadership in Iran, because the Ayatollah and his crowd, they're bad guys, they're terrible guys. You put all three of those statements together, then what do you have? You have a president standing with the people. What do the people want? They want the oppression to end. They want to start over with a new Iran. So here's what I would say.
Are you backing regime change?
Yeah, totally. If you're not, you're crazy.
Military regime change.
Yeah, I'm backing the people who want a country.
What is that like garbage woman mean when she says, do you back regime change? And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, military regime change. What do you mean by military regime change? The Islamic regime took over in 1979 in a military coup d'etat. They literally imported their Palestinian Durka jihadi terrorists and also their, Hezbollah Arabs from Lebanon to forcefully take over Iran. The 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened through military force. So why is this garbage woman now she's like, oh, do you back military regime change? Like, what is that supposed to mean? What do you like? Anyways, like, just do you see how garbage she is? Literally a garbage human being.
They can live in without
regime change.
Yeah, totally. If you're not, you're crazy.
Military regime change.
Yeah. I'm backing the people who want a country they can live in without having their daughter killed because she.
But I'm trying to figure out because there's a huge flotilla in the Arabian Sea that President Trump is using as a negotiating tactic. Yeah. He's just said, as you heard me say, that he would prefer negotiating.
I prefer negotiation too. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
If we back out now, it'll be the biggest mistake we've made, far worse than the Syrian red line, far worse than Afghanistan. You can't say, keep protesting, we got you back, help's on the way, and nothing happened. That's why I am confident that President Trump will get an outcome consistent with those three statements through diplomacy or military force. Let me just say this. Any deal about Iran has to come to the Senate. I'm not going to bless a bad deal. They're not out in the street because of limiting the nuclear ambitions of the Ayatollah. They're out in the street because life is miserable. People can't have a decent quality life. They live in fear, and most Iranians have had it. They'd like a new start. The day after.
Okay.
Well, if the Ayatollah goes down, we'll work on the day after. I think we'll have a better chance of hanging friends with the protesters than the Ayatollah. Here's the day after I worry the most about. The day after we blinked. The day after we made promises that we didn't keep. We made assurances that fell short. That day after is generational damage. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they don't go away. They come back stronger. The Arabs go back into their corner, and the people who've been protesting will be systematically destroyed. The day after, if we get it right, the mothership of terrorism goes down. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, they've lost their biggest benefactor. Saudi, Israel is the most likely outcome. So I'll end with this. I've never seen a more consequential time in history as right now. If we can take this regime down through the people, their desires, not ours, and replace it with a friend, not a foe, be the biggest change in 1,000 years. If we don't get it right and we blink, it'll be the biggest change in 1,000 years in the wrong way.
Okay, Senator. And as President of the European Parliament, does the EU believe in these fighting words? You've just designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Iran has responded, saying it would cause, consider, all your armies terrorists. But it marks a shift for Europe. Where does Europe stand at this crucial moment?
Wait,
we were mentioning timelines before. It's been 4 to 7 years.
Okay. That is literally the stupidest question ever because the United States designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, I believe, in 2009, right? Let's see. I think it's 2009. Yeah, I'm right. 2009. 2009. So, what a garbage question. Wait, where was it? Was it here? Yeah, like right here, Christian Amanpour is like, you've just designated the IRGC as terrorist. Does Europe agree? Who cares about Europe? Europe is currently being overrun by Muslim Nazi Durka jihadis. And by the way, it was 2019 when the United States designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization.
Most likely outcome. So I'll end with this. I've never seen a more consequent.
Prefer negotiating.
I prefer negotiation too. They want the oppression to end. They want to start over with a new Iran. So here's what I would say.
Are you backing regime change?
Yeah, totally. If you're not, you're crazy.
Military regime change.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm backing the people who want a country they can live in without having their daughter killed because she.
But I'm trying to figure out because there's a huge flotilla in the Arabian Sea.
Do you see how she's like Christian Amanpour? She's so stressed out, like she's freaking out so hard. She won't even let him finish his sentence. She literally just interrupts him every time he says an answer that she doesn't like, because she's trying to, like, I don't know, capture him in a gotcha moment or something.
President Trump is using as a negotiating tactic. He's just said, as you heard me say, that he would prefer negotiating.
I prefer negotiation too. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
If we back out now, it'll be the biggest mistake we've made, far worse than the Syrian red line, far worse than Afghanistan. You can't say, keep protesting, we got you back, help's on the way, and nothing happened. That's why I am confident that President Trump will get an outcome consistent with those three statements through diplomacy or military force. Let me just say this. Any deal about Iran has to come to the Senate. I'm not going to bless a bad deal. They're not out in the street because of limiting the nuclear ambitions of the Ayatollah. They're out in the street because life is miserable. People can't have a decent quality life. They live in fear, and most Iranians have had it. They'd like a new start. The day after.
Okay.
Well, if the Ayatollah goes down, we'll work on the day after. I think we'll have a better chance of hanging friends with the protesters than the Ayatollah. Here's the day after I worry the most about. The day after we blinked. The day after we made promises that we didn't keep. We made assurances that fell short. That day after is generational damage. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they don't go away. They come back stronger. The Arabs go back into their corner, and the people who've been protesting will be systematically destroyed. The day after, if we get it right, the mothership of terrorism goes down. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, they've lost their biggest benefactor. Saudi, Israel is the most likely outcome. So I'll end with this. I've never seen a more consequential time in history as right now. If we can take this regime down through the people, their desires, not ours, and replace it with a...
Right? So Senator Lindsey Graham was very clear, very explicit. If we can take this regime down through the people, through the Iranian people, right? So Senator Lindsey Graham recognized and understood that regime change has to come from the people of Iran. But in order to affect that regime change, creating the consequences, creating the conditions that will enable regime change is really important, right?
Friend, not a foe, be the biggest change in 1,000 years. If we don't get it right and we blink, it'll be the biggest change in 1,000 years in the wrong way.
Okay, Senator. And as President of the European Parliament, does the EU believe in these fighting words? You've just designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Iran has responded, saying it would cause, consider, all your armies.
I don't care about what these people say. Let's go back to Senator Lindsey Graham. Because Senator Lindsey Graham is more important.
It's a nuclear deal.
Yeah, I don't care.
Senator, do you think it would be...
Who are you?
Do you...
Yeah, see, guys, remember? So this is the part where, remember, I told you, this guy, he's basically an Islamic regime apologist, and he basically gives, like, this garbage non-answer. And this is the moment where Senator Lindsey Graham, God bless his soul, God bless him, calls him out, and he's like, who are you? And then he turns to the Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, and he winks at him. And yeah, the moment that happened, so for those who are asking, when did Senator Lindsey Graham become our uncle? When was the moment that, a nation of 90 million Iranians adopted him as our uncle? This right here, this is the moment, because he knew what was up. He knows that this guy is a Mozdur, right? This guy is an Islamic regime infiltrator. And that's why he looks at him and he's like, who are you? Right? Like, who are you? And then he turns and he winks at our Shah.
I think he's much more likely to act than we are to reach a nuclear deal.
No.
Senator, do you think it would be...
Who are you?
Do you think it would be...
Oh my God, look at that. Oh my gosh, Khoda biyamar zatsh, Senator Amu Lindsey. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Who are you? Who are you? He says to the mercenary, who are you? And then he turns to the Shah Reza Pahlavi, who's sitting in the crown, and he winks at him.
Indicated. And for that reason, I think he's much more likely to act than we are to reach a nuclear deal.
Yeah, who cares what you
Senator, do you think it would be...
Who are you?
Do you think it would be a success?
God bless Senator Lindsey Graham. I actually do want to play this entire video, and I want to analyze it and I want to comment on it. But I've been live streaming for 6.5 hours today, and I have to call it a night because I do have to get up early tomorrow. So I will continue this tribute tomorrow 100%. And I promise you I will start with this video. Pending breaking news. Obviously, if there's breaking news by, President Trump booming the Islamic regime, of course we're going to go to that. But I think I'm going to end it here on a high note, on showing to all of you why Senator Lindsey Graham.
Senator, do you think it would be...
Who are you?
Do you think it would be a success?
I love that wink. I love that wink. And so I hope now you all can get a little bit more context as to why Iranians around the world are mourning the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, and why tonight, just for one night, our lion has put his sword down, and both our lion and our son are in mourning, because we are mourning the passing of our uncle. Let me get to your questions and comments, and then I'm going to end the live stream for tonight. And I'll see you all tomorrow at the usual time for Iran Revolution Live. Ficklenot says, we've had the privilege of mourning while Iranians haven't had that privilege to mourn their loved ones. That's okay. We've been mourning, privately, especially Iranians in occupied Iran, but we're all mourning with you, right? Like, this isn't a comparison. So we're all mourning with you, and we are happy that you have the right to freely mourn. Push Up says, Lindsay's whole life was deliver us from evil. Yes, it was. This is not a super chat, but I just want to share it anyway. So Jason says, you're wonderful, Goldie. My 12 and 13-year-old daughters love you so much, sister. Thank you so much. Say hi to your 12 and 13-year-old daughters. I don't know their names, but to the 12 and 13-year-old daughters of Jason Allen 7411, if you're watching right now, I just wanted to say, Durud, Patriots. And I'm so happy that you are here and watching. And the very fact that you're watching this live stream and you are interested in politics and geopolitics, to me, and not just Jason's daughters, but any young people, any children, anyone who's watching, if you're interested in geopolitics, then you have a very, very bright future ahead of you, because the entire world needs patriots like you to take over the reins and protect our countries from the threat of invaders. So grateful and happy to have you here. Durud to all of you. Timothy Vanelstein 8970 says, Javid Shah R.I.P. Sorry, Javi Show, which means long live the king. Thank you. R.I.P. Amu Lindsey Graham. They should make road after Lindsey Graham or a statue in Iran. 100%. Listen, I can't speak on behalf of the future Iranian government, but what I can tell you is that we Iranians, we never forget who stood by us, and we never forget who spoke out for us and was a voice for the voiceless. And I can confidently say that Senator Lindsey Graham, aka Amu Lindsey, will be very much honored in a free Iran in various ways. Could be a road, highway, certainly a statue. I mean, I can't confirm because I don't speak on behalf of the future Iranian government, but I know that the sentiment from the Iranian people is that we all want to see some sort of commemoration and honor for Senator Lindsey Graham, aka Amu Lindsey. Garance says, speaking as an American, it would be more of an insult to remove Uncle Lindsey merch. It'd be low-key saying he's not our uncle now. Okay, you know what? Point taken. Thank you so much. So I'll keep that up in case anyone is interested in it. But yeah, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you. Laszlo says, how about add Javid Nam to the top of Lindsey merch? You know what? That's actually an excellent suggestion. I'll see how I can alter my merch and add Javid Nam to the merch. Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you. Stephen Riley says, I agree. Put Javid Nam on the merch as new items. Okay, absolutely. I will work on that tomorrow morning and update that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the feedback. Eli gifted a membership. Thank you. Oh, Eli, Bedrood. So this was in response to my question about how to say goodbye in Persian, and Eli got it as well. Bedrood. Thank you so much, Eli. And our last question and comment, rest well, Patriot. The fight will still be here tomorrow, and we will still be here with you. Thank you so much, Minerdine. Really appreciate that. Guys, I just wanted to thank you all for being here. It gave all of us an opportunity to come together to celebrate, honor, and of course, grieve over the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. May he rest in peace. And I just want to thank all of you for being here with me, all 10,000 of you from all various platforms. Truly an honor, and thank you for being here. And I don't know when Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral ceremony is going to be, but I promise you, whenever it happens, I will be live streaming so that we can all watch it together. And that way we don't have to go through it alone. So I hope this gives you a little bit of insight, insight into... Wait, let me share my screen. I hope this gives you a little bit of insight into why we Iranians are also mourning and grieving the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. He was an amazing person, and may he rest in peace. I'm Goldie Gamari. This has been The Goldie Show, and now you know. I'll see you guys tomorrow.